All right, so I see the live stream is up. So I'll go through the formalities first. Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. So before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting will be conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. So we'll go through and start with committee introductions. And I see Senator Lucchini's challenger. This is a lot of screens, so I'm going to try and go in order here. We'll start with Senator Farron.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Brad Farron. I represent Senate District 3. I live in Norridge Walk and represent the folks of Somerset County.
Thank you, Senator Farron. Representative Riley.
I'm Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of my hometown of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Thank you. Representative Tuttle.
John Tuttle. I represent House District 18. Part of Sanford, mostly Sanford's east side, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Supika.
Good morning. I'm Laura Supika, and I represent District 126, a portion of Bangor.
Thank you. Representative McCrate.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm Chris Chiazzo. I represent House District 28, which is beautiful West Scarborough. And we are also joined this morning by our committee clerk, Karen Montel, and our analyst, Janet Stoko. So just a reminder, the Zoom function, the chat, in the Zoom function is not to be used for substantive discussion. It's for technical requests and for questions only. That is not to be used for any substantive discussion. So for each bill hearing today, I or the co-chair will call on the sponsor and the co-sponsors to speak first. When called upon, you will be promoted to the attendee, from attendee to participant. After presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call on members of the public based on how they register to testify. The order we'll take them in is for the bill first, then those wishing to speak against the bill, and finally those speaking neither for nor against the bill, but wishing to provide information. When you're called upon, I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. After you're done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, I or my co-chair will return you to the attendee and call upon the next person registered to testify. When you're called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not on mute. Let's see. Just a reminder also that we will be using a 3-minute clock for speakers, and Representative Riley has agreed graciously to be the keeper of the time. So once you see the clock expire, please do your best to wrap up your comments. So we've got a very, very busy agenda this afternoon, or this morning, and probably into this afternoon as well. So we're here for public hearings on LD 685, LD 732, LD 823, and LD 1037. We're not going to take them up in that order. We have had a request to move to move 685 to the last position. So we will start with public hearing for LD 732, which is an act to refund 50% of the 2020 state liquor licensing fees to nonprofit organizations. So probably should have looked in the attendees to see if we had people available there, and I do not see Senator Stewart in there. So we'll give take a minute or two to try and track down Senator Stewart, see if he is available, and we'll take a brief pause. All right, there's Senator Stewart. I will move him in. And Senator Stewart, when you're ready.
All right.
And we appreciate your flexibility, sir. I know we're bumping you to the front of the line, so I appreciate you being available. So thank you.
It's all good. Thank you for your help and your time today. I appreciate it. With that, I'll jump right into my testimony. So Senator Lucchini, Representative Piazzo, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, I am Senator Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. And I'm here today to present LD 732, an act to refund 50% of the 2020 state liquor licensing fees to nonprofit organizations. So I put this bill in after having multiple conversations in the fall of last year while out campaigning around the district and talking to different leaders in the community. One common theme that arose was that the government restrictions placed on nonprofit organizations that weren't, and some still aren't, able to open their doors for various functions since the beginning of the pandemic. As such, they've lost out on thousands of dollars in canceled weekly and monthly events, and these clubs host as revenue streams, particularly from alcohol sales. These clubs are the VFWs, the Lions clubs, and the KFCs, and more. And I'm sure you can think of one or two in your own districts. As you know, in order to sell alcohol at these venues, they need to purchase a license from the state. Many clubs and organizations made the purchase of their license, as they do every year, before the pandemic struck last year. After that, they weren't able to host any functions or recoup the cost of that license, which cost $1,500 in Maine. While $1,500 may not seem like a large amount of cash, to these nonprofit organizations, it's a big deal. Being able to recoup even half of that amount would be a serious shot in the arm for some of these smaller groups, some of whom are struggling to simply remain in operations as it is. Given that the purpose for which this license in particular was issued and is issued by the state was frustrated last year from the restrictions that the same government placed on them, it seems logical to me that we should consider relieving some of the financial burden we placed on these organizations. By providing even half of the cost of the license back to the organizations, or alternatively, providing a credit for a future license purchase, would go a long way to helping these organizations get through this challenging time. I feel strongly that we should do our part to help these local civic groups get through this pandemic, and this bill is one idea that will help do just that. If you need more convincing, I'd recommend that you reach out to your local leaders in your communities about the struggles that these groups have faced in the past year, and I'd wager that you quickly come to the same conclusion that I have. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this important legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has at this time.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Any questions for the senator from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your introduction and for your flexibility this morning.
Sure, and I do have testimony on 683 as well. which I think, I don't know what your
683 or 685.
sorry, 685.
Yeah. I think we had a request to take that one last.
Okay.
So we'll try and get that one. And I think yeah, we'll move through 732 first, and then 823. So we're gonna have to put that one in the last. And we also have a hard stop. I should have probably said this to the committee too. We do have a hard stop at noon today for a presentation from DVM and DHHS on the pilot project. So hopefully we'll be able to get through 685 in time to get there, but there was a request to move that one to the back. So yeah, we're not combining the hearings, so I gotta take them in order. So
Gotcha.
my apologies for that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. No co-sponsors. I don't see any in the committee or in the waiting room. I don't see anybody who is scheduled to testify in favor. We do have Director Minio, who is testifying neither for nor against. So I will promote Director Minio in. When you're ready, Director, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I was just it reset and I had to regroup. Good morning. And before I start, I would like to offer my congratulations to Senator Hickman, and welcome back, sir. So with that, Representative Cayazzo and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, my name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. And I'm providing the following written testimony, neither for nor against LD 732. This bill allows nonprofit organizations that were licensed by BABLO to sell liquor for on-premise consumption on March 18, 2020, and not able to remain open in the year 2020 due to emergency public health restrictions to request a 50% refund of the initial licensure or license renewal fees they paid for a liquor license. The Bureau does not track licenses in terms of whether they're nonprofit, charitable, educational, political, civic, recreational, fraternal, patriotic, religious, or veterans organizations. Most of these types of organizations are licensed by the Bureau as clubs with and without catering privileges. We currently have 84 clubs with catering and 35 clubs without catering actively licensed, and the licensing fees are $900 for those with and $495 for those without. Of the 84 with, 80 renewed in 2020, and of the 35 without, 28 renewed in 2020. The remainder of the other licenses in both categories either went out of business or asked that their license be put on hold until 2021. As noted above, the bill allows these licensees to request a refund. The state's process for issuing refunds is a cumbersome process. There are various steps, both at the Bureau and the state's financial service center level, that support the Bureau. Based on the number of refunds that will likely need to be completed, it'll take a significant amount of time for staff, and we're already stretched to the maximum. We've mentioned that before in a previous bill to process these refunds. We would recommend the bill be amended to instead apply a 50% credit against the licensee's next fee for renewal. Based on the volume of licenses renewed in 2020, there would be a fiscal impact of approximately $42,000 in fiscal year 21 to refund the 50% of the fees of these licenses that were renewed in 2020. So it's expected that these licensees would seek a refund. We would be surprised if they didn't, and it's probably the right thing to do. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today. Happy to respond to any questions, and of course, we'll be available for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Minio. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we look forward to seeing you at the work session. Thank you. All right, so I don't see anybody left on the pre-registration list who to testify for LD 732. If there is anybody in the attendee list that wishes to speak to the bill and hasn't signed up, please raise your hand and I will recognize you now. Okay, seeing none, having received testimony of those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD 732. So again, just a reminder to the committee, I should have done this earlier too. The order we'll take these in will be LD 823 next, followed by LD 1037. And then there was a request to move LD 685 to the last position. And then we do have a hard stop at noon because we've got the presentation by Department of Veterans and Emergency Management, as well as I believe Department of Health and Human Services regarding the pilot, the Veterans Homeless Pilot Project that we had talked about before. So hopefully we'll get through all the public hearings. They seem to be, looks like they're fairly short, but if we have to stop at noon and pick up again afterwards, we certainly can do that. So having said that, we'll move on to LD 823. So we will open the public hearing on LD 823, which is an act to reduce state licensing fees paid for main bars and restaurants by 50% for a 12-month period. And I will bring in the bill sponsor, Senator Baldacci. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for your flexibility. And when you're ready, you may begin your introduction.
Okay, well, thank you, Chairman Kayazu and members of the Veterans and Legal Services Committee. I'm honored to be here. I kind of want to build on what Senator Stewart had offered for nonprofits. This bill is designed to provide a prospective 50% credit, as the director mentioned, which would be less administratively cumbersome for all establishments that have a liquor license. As many of you know, 97% of the businesses in the state of Maine have fewer than 20 employees. Many operate on very tight margins, even during good economic times. But now, as the pandemic and its effects linger, some of those small businesses are being forced to shut their doors for good. There is relief money for many of the restaurants. We've done multiple different relief efforts, both at the federal and state level. But I think we're going to, considering the hit that the restaurant and bar industry took, which was close to 30%, 35% off, at least, if not more, for many small businesses that operate, as I said, on very small margins. I think it's important for all of us to do everything we can to help that industry get back on its feet. I see this as a broad-based effort that's going to be able to help out all small businesses regardless of how big or small that they are. There are no winners and losers. This is across the board for all restaurants and bars. There's no they don't have to apply for a loan or a grant. While it's only $750 to $1,000 difference, $750 to $1,000 can make a substantial injection into a small business that's operating already at the margins. And as I said, I think this is one of many things that we can do as a state to help get the restaurant and bar industry back on its feet. Obviously, I think it will be well received. I see it as a one-time measure. I think that by the time we get to funding it, I'm sure, I have a feeling anyway, that federal funds could be available to offset any kind of revenue losses on this. But I do think it's an important across the board message to help the restaurant and bar industry, in addition to everything else that we are doing as a state to help that industry recover. And I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Baldacci, I just want to make sure that I understand the difference between this bill and the one that Senator Stewart just spoke to us about. One of the differences is his was just for nonprofits. Yours are for any, correct?
Yes.
And the other is that yours wouldn't look back and do a refund. Yours would go forward, and for the next year, the business would only have to pay 50%.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood
Yep.
that right.
Yeah, I just felt it would be more administratively straightforward and probably easier for the state and still provide the relief that we're looking for. So that is correct. Thank you, Representative Wood.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Any further questions from the committee for Senator Baldacci? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you folks again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. The only person scheduled to testify is Director Minio, who's neither for nor against. So, Director, when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Cayazzo. Good morning again, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. And I'm providing the following written testimony, neither for nor against LD 823. This bill reduces licensing fees by 50% for 12 months for retail licensees for on-premises liquor consumption. On average, the Bureau has collected $2.1 million per year in on-premises licensing fees from fiscal year 16 to fiscal year 20. In fiscal year 20, these fees were $710,000 less than the 5-year average. This bill would reduce revenue by 50% of approximately $1 million. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today. Happy to respond to any questions, and will once again be available for the work session.
Thank you, Director Minio. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Great, thank you.
That concludes the list of people who signed up ahead of time. If there's anybody in the attendee room that wishes to speak to LD 823, if you could raise your virtual hand, we'll recognize you and bring you in. Okay, seeing none, having received testimony on those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD 823. Okay, so up next, we will open the public hearing on LD 1037, which is an act to enable nonprofit organizations to offer raffle tickets by mail. And we will welcome the bill sponsor, Senator Black. Bring him into the panel. Senator Black, welcome. When you're ready, you may begin, sir.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Cayazzo, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Senator Russell Black, and I represent Senate District 17. I am here today to present LD 1037, an act to enable nonprofit organizations to offer raffle tickets by mail. I put this legislation in because I was contacted by the Belgrade Lakes Association, as they do a yearly raffle, and this year when applying to get those permits to do the raffle, they had to say that they were going to sell the tickets through the mail. The permit was denied because they were told that they could not sell tickets by way of mail because it was against the law. Not being able to do so caused them to have to cancel their raffle because of the COVID-19 and not having any way to sell the tickets in person. Since putting in this legislation, I have also heard from other nonprofit organizations who had to cancel their raffles because of COVID-19 and were not able to sell raffle tickets by mail or online. This legislation allows nonprofit organizations, when conducting an authorized raffle, to offer raffle tickets for purchase by mail and require the organization to ensure that any person purchasing a raffle ticket by mail be of the appropriate age to do so. The legislation currently as drafted, said the organization needs to make sure the individual is at least 21 years of age, which is not my intention. My intention is that they need to be sure that they are at least 18 years of age, and as currently required by law to participate in a game of chance. Many of our nonprofit organizations, such as Belgrade Lakes Association, who do important work for our communities, took a big hit this year because of their lack of ability to do so in person fundraising. This legislation would help them be able to continue to raise funds to do work. I know that because the committee has other bills surrounding this issue, I believe with everybody working together, a pathway forward can be found to help our nonprofits raise the funds they need. Thank you for allowing me to bring this legislation and testify before you today. And I would be happy to answer any questions you have, but probably there are other people behind me that would be able to do so better.
Thank you, Senator Black. Any questions for Senator Black? Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Black, thank you for presenting this bill. Just want to make sure that I'm clear that you're talking about adding to Section 117 MRSA 1837-A subparagraph 7. Is that correct, sir?
I believe so. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Oh, come on, Ross. I was just checking.
Why do I feel like that was a setup?
Yeah, I think it was.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Black from the committee? No. Seeing none, thank you, Senator. Hopefully, we'll treat you a little kinder the next time you're through here.
Thank you so much.
Any co-sponsors wishing to testify? All right, not seeing any. We will move on to those in favor of the bill. We have Paul Feinberg from the Belgrade Lakes Association, and I will move Mr. Feinberg in.
Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Feinberg, but we can't see you.
Okay, let's see if I can. Here I am.
There you go. Perfect. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yes, good morning, all. Thank you to all the representatives and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee taking time to hear me this morning. I am a director of the Belgrade Lakes Association, which is an association dealing with water quality in two lakes that we live on in the Belgrade area, Great Pond and Long Pond. Our sole mission is clean water quality of these two lakes. Our association has been in business and operating for over 100 years. And we have had an annual raffle, and I'm on the committee for the raffle, for maybe the last 15 to 20 years. And the usual procedure is to apply to the Gaming Commission to get a license, which I did this year. And this year last year. Last year I was informed by the Gaming Commission to submit rules for our lottery, which I never had to do before. When I submitted the rules, I was informed that I could not solicit by the United States mails, which we have been doing, we believe, legally for many years. But now there was a change of interpretation of the statute. And the statute was now being interpreted that by the use of the US mails, we would be flouting the issue of underage sales. Sales have to be limited to those who are 18 years of age or older. And we derive about 50% of our annual sales from lottery, which about usually around $35,000 or $40,000. So we are missing $15,000 to $20,000 in sales from that we conduct to the mail. We will send out a stack of tickets, and people send in checks and send in the stubs. So And I believe that we're not alone in this as a nonprofit, that I think this has been going on in this way for many, many years. And my interpretation is that, and unfortunately or unfortunately, I was a lawyer in Massachusetts for many, many years. So what I think we as a nonprofit are still assuming the burden and responsibility that we are unable to sell tickets to those under age 18, and we agreed to continue to do so. But ipso facto, sending it by US mail does not mean we are floating the law or illegally acting. I think it's just a question of how we as an organization implement our practice. So, and thank you for listening. And if there's any questions, be glad to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Feinberg, and thank you for acknowledging the clock. It's a I don't want to say archaic way of doing it, but it's the best we can do in this setting for now. So, any questions for Mr. Feinberg while we have him here? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Feinberg, for your testimony.
Thank you.
That concludes everybody on the list in favor. Next, we will bring in people who are registered as against. We will bring in Director Champion from the DPS Gambling Control Unit. So move Director Champion in. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
The floor is yours when you're ready.
All righty. Get things tuned around here a little bit. All right, Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Milton Champion, Executive Director of the Gambling Control Unit within the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Safety to testify against LD 1037, which is an act to enable organizations to offer raffle tickets by mail. This bill allows bona fide nonprofit organizations, agricultural societies, and volunteer fire departments, when conducting an authorized raffle, to order raffle tickets for purchase by mail, and requires the organization to ensure that any person purchasing the raffle ticket by mail is at least 21 years of age. In researching the ability to sell or operate online raffles in other states, I discovered that by mail would violate Title 18 U.S. Code subsection 1302, which states whoever knowingly deposits in the mail or sends or delivers by mail any letter, package, postcard, or circular concerning any lottery, gift enterprise, or similar scheme, excuse me, offering prizes dependent in whole or in part upon a lot or a chance, any lottery ticket or part thereof, or paper certificate or instrument purporting to be or to represent a ticket, chance, share, or interest in, or dependent upon the event of a lottery, give enterprise, or a similar scheme offering prizes dependent in whole or in part upon lot or chance, any check, draft, bill, money, postal note, or money order for the purchase of any ticket or part thereof, or of any share or chance in such lottery, gift enterprise, or scheme, any newspaper, circular, pamphlet, or publication of any kind containing any advertisement of any lottery, gift enterprise, or scheme by any kind offering prizes dependent in whole or in part upon lot of chance, or containing any list of the prizes drawn or awarded by means of such lottery, gift enterprise, or scheme, whether said list contains any part or all of such prizes, or any article described in section 1953 of this title, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 2 years, or both, and any subsequent offense shall be imprisoned not more than 5 years. Additionally, under 600 Basic Standards of the United States Postal Service, 601, mailability, 9.3, lottery matter. I won't go into the actual subsections before you today. You'll have a copy of the of my written or of my testimony. So it would just go over the definition, the unlawful mail matter, and then it talks about fishing contest, Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, lotteries, and the standards thereof. And finally, as written, it may be hard to enforce having a different age requirement for this kind of transaction when it is possible that a raffle could have both transactions of either by mail or in person if this were to be allowed for the same raffle. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Champion. Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Director, it was mentioned that this has been going on a number of years. And when did that change? Do you have any idea when we first started to implement this change?
I believe it was as a result maybe of me taking a little bit more of a priority to this because the nonprofit organizations and the games of chance, these type of transactions were transferred over to my unit in 2017. I'm sure that in the defense of the state police, these were probably not high priorities, to a point. Obviously, there's things a lot more important out there as far as law enforcement's concerned and public safety, versus a raffle. So, yeah, this just came to fruition. And I would say in a little bit of a defense of that as well, just because it's not law doesn't mean it is law. A lot of people don't know what the law is. I don't have a whole lot of funds for advertising to say, if you're going to have a raffle, contact our office, all that sort of thing. So, but we did some due diligence. I will say this, when it was transferred to our unit, we had some town halls. We invited over 200 organizations to those town halls to go over rule changes and statute changes and all that sort of thing. So we've been out there. We've been doing as much. Our process, at least up to this point, a lot has been education, just educating the organizations and bringing them into compliance. And they've been very receptive. They've all been wanting to do it right. And so, that makes it, of course, a lot easier on our part. And I hope that answers your question, Representative.
Well, because they're nonprofits and a number of these organizations do a lot of good things, is there any way we could amend the law so that we could allow these under your supervision?
I think the other two bills are probably a little bit more suited. I did have some testimony on LD 671. I will not be actually live presenting for 685 because it's going to be the same. And I think once we get into work sessions, maybe we can work these things out.
I hope so. Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Champion, I have to say I'm a little bit in a state of shock because I've been giving money through the mail for a raffle since 1985 to two very legitimate and worthwhile nonprofits who do quite a bit of fundraising through raffles. So I think I have two questions. Well, you answered one of them because you feel there's two other bills here that might work out a little better in a work session, because just like Representative Tuttle, and I'm sure many others, we'd like to figure out a way to not take away this fundraising mechanism from good nonprofits. But can you explain the difference when you talked at the very end about different ages? Because there was the bill says 21 years old, but Senator Black said something about 18 years old, and I was confused where those two different ages came into play.
Yeah, and it is confusing because when you look at the actual 1837, which is the raffle side of the bill, it talks about 18-year-olds. But if you're going to have a raffle less than 2,500, and it's going to be, let's say a little boy breaks his leg playing on the playground at school, and they want to have a little raffle to help pay for his medical expenses, that there's other little kids that can actually buy raffles to help that. So it does talk to 18, and then if it's for an under 18 person, under 18 people can purchase it. And I don't know how they're going to do that unless mommy or daddy gives them the money, but that's caveated, or that's cut out in the bill currently. So it's either 18 and then in those circumstances. So this would be yet another level of 21. So I was kind of happy to hear the sponsor, the senator, talk about taking away that 21 and making it all 18, which is a lot easier because if you sell through the mail for 21-year-olds, but then you're selling tickets out in front of a Sam's or a Walmart, and you're selling them to 18-year-olds, may not make a difference, but could.
But it's the 18 that would make everything consistent.
Currently, we are at 18. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, if I may, with the second question, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
this whole, I don't know, I think that I have done raffles or things in the past where occasionally I get out the magnifying glass and I read the small print with all the rules. And it will say in the rules, applicants have to be, a certain age. So does having a disclaimer in there take care of the issue, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's part of it. And that's why we implemented in 2017 that along with their registration, they have to give us the rules, because ultimately when we have a complaint, if we don't have those set of rules, then we have to go back to the organization, get them to respond, and go through a bunch of time and a lot of work for a lot of people, where when we have the rules, we say, okay, these rules were available to you, and they disclose that this was the way it was going to be, this is the way the game was going to be played. And so it helps us in the complaint process.
Okay, thank you.
And it also reassures that the citizens out there and the public that wants to take that wants to do this, that they have a clear understanding of what they're doing in advance of making that purchase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Director Champion while we have him here? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Director, for your testimony. We look forward to seeing you at the work session as well.
Sounds good.
All right, that concludes the pre-registered list of those wishing to speak. Is there anybody in the attendee room who has not spoken yet, who wishes to speak on LD 1037? If so, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, seeing none and having received testimony of those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD 1037. We will open up the public hearing on LD 685, which is an act to legalize online raffles for nonprofit organizations. It's an emergency measure, and we will introduce the bill sponsor, Senator Timberlake, to introduce the bill for us. Representative Wood, did you have a question? Thank you. Thank you, Senator Timberlake. Thank you for your flexibility. Welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Representative, and good morning, everyone.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Casio, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Jeff Timberlake. I represent Senate District 22, which includes the towns of Durham, Greene, Leeds, Lisbon, Litchfield, Sabattis, Turner, Wales, and Wayne. It is my pleasure to be here to present LD 685, an act to legalize online raffles for nonprofit organizations. The prospect of online raffles was brought to my attention several months ago when we were all living amidst the worldwide pandemic. As with most organizations and businesses, we were trying to make it through this very difficult time. The Cora Temple Shriners, which I am a member of, were trying to figure out a way to conduct a very successful annual Festival of the Trees. If you've ever been to this type of event, you know there are a number of decorated themed trees that are raffled off. Tickets are sold, the public is invited, and they walk through the display of trees and place raffle tickets in a tube near the trees that you would like to win. This past year, the Shriners had hoped to sell tickets online and have a virtual display so people could still participate. The group encountered a roadblock when we were notified by the state that it was illegal to sell tickets online. After much collaboration and change of plans, we were able to obtain a permit and go forward with this event. I would like to publicly thank the governor and her staff who helped make this happen. However, it is important to reflect in statute the ability for nonprofits to conduct this business online. I know the committee will be deliberating this and similar bills later today in your work session. It is my hope that you'll be able to find some common ground and a favorable report out a bill that will allow nonprofits, organizations to sell raffle tickets online so they can continue to generously serve our communities. I was around, I'm gonna go offline now and go to my own words. Last November when the Shrine contacted me, I've been a member of the Shrine for 20 some years. And a good friend of mine, Randy Murray, called me up and said, hey, we're in a real problem. And I can't thank the governor's office enough and Speaker Fecto for stepping up and helping, and we all work together to find a way to get it done. But what I see happening, and I wouldn't be all worked up over it, but I see this fall the possibility of still being limited people with inside these buildings and spaced out. And I think it's into the future. It's a way that, let's face it, that maybe the public is going, and we need to have a plan in place that allows this to happen. So, you know, this is really important to the Shrine or any of these other organizations that do it. It's where they help to raise the money to support these hospitals in Massachusetts, the Burn Center, the Children's Orthopedic Hospital, and it's all done for free. And I just, you know, I hope we can find a way to make something work. I'm not sure as if my bill has all the right language or all those things. I'm not stuck to any one thing, but I hope you could take, you know, Speaker Fecto's and my bill and work it forward and make something that we'll all be proud of in the end. I'll gladly answer any questions that I can, but there's probably other people that know more about this than I do.
Thank you, Senator Timberlake. Any questions for the senator while we have him here? Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Timberlake, you mentioned that there's probably others that can know more about this and can speak more distinctly to it. Would Senator Black be one of those that you would refer to?
What are you trying to do? Put me on the spot? Of course, Senator Black would know more about this than I do, and I can hardly wait to hear his testimony on his bill.
You already missed it, but thank you very much, Senator Timberlake.
Any other questions for Senator Timberlake while we have him here? All right, seeing none, thank you, Senator. We appreciate your time in introducing the bill.
You guys have a good day now.
Thank you, you as well. Next, we're going to go to in favor, and I'm going to bring in James Bennett first, and he will be followed by Senator Stewart and then Brent Tangway. So, Mr. Bennett, I know you're on a tight time frame, so the floor is yours when you're ready.
So,
Mr. Bennett?
yes.
Okay, you're up when you're ready. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the adjustment. There you go. Thank you. members of the distinct joint committee on veteran and legal affairs. My name is Jim Bennett, and I'm from Biddeford, Maine. I am a 20-year member of Corps of Shriners. And this is the first time in my 40 years of testifying before legislators that I'm doing it as an individual and not in my official work capacity. We, as a member of the Shrine, would really appreciate the opportunity for the rules to change to reflect the world we live in today, both in terms of, challenges COVID, but also just in terms of technology. As a proud member of the Shrine, I can't tell you how amazing it was the first time one of the things I do for the Shrine is I'm a clown. And the first time I had the opportunity to clown at our burn center with a young girl who was about 4 years and totally burnt and didn't speak any English, and just that experience of being able to connect with that child and the wonderful things that we do for children and just how tremendous and important that is. So some of you may know that in my professional work, I've spent 40 years working in local government for all in Maine, and I tried to figure out what was the public policy argument against doing something like this. And the only one I could come up with is the sense of control and regulations. And since we have to apply for the application, the state has the rules, I really don't think there's a significant public policy perspective that would say that this is a bad idea given technology today. So I know that you're going to hear from our illustrious leader later, but as a member of the leadership team here at Cora, and as a citizen and a proud Shriner, I would really ask the committee's support of LD 685. Certainly glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Bennett, good to see you again. I remember when you were the city manager of Lewiston and you appeared before the Committee on State Government when I was chair. That was a few years ago, Jim.
Yes, it was, sir.
Yeah. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bennett, thank you. And thank you for all the great work that your organization, you folks do. I grew up, my stepdad, Zane Libby, up here in Norridge Walk, was a clown for many, many years before he passed. And you folks do amazing things. I hope we can find through this process here something to help the work that you guys do. I do have one quick question. It's about the bill sponsor, Senator Timberlake, and something about a racquetball. Is there something you want to share with us on that? Or
so I'd rather make comment about how incredible Zane Libby was as a clown. I had the pleasure of clowning with Zane and just learned a lot from him. We'll leave any stories of racquetball on the old racquetball court, if that's okay, Senator.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions germane to the bill for Mr. Bennett from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bennett. We appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Senator Stewart. Thank you, Senator, for your patience. Sorry I could not accommodate you earlier.
That's quite all right, Mr. Chair. Thanks for a couple minutes. And I have to say, it's good to see my old city manager and former mayor, Jim Bennett, on the call. Former neighbor, I should say, on the call this morning as well. So a lot of ties to the county. And actually, last weekend, I was inducted into the Shrine. So we're all in good company here with this bill, and that's actually why I'm testifying in favor of it today. As I mentioned earlier, I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, Southern Aroostook and Northern Penobscot counties. A few years ago, I had requested that the Legislative Council allow a bill in that would have granted nonprofits the ability to hold online raffles. And it's unfortunate that bill wasn't allowed in by the council at the time. In hindsight, it's really 2020. And there are now several bills before the legislature which aim to accomplish this goal, including one that I had sponsored and then decided to withdraw because there are several other folks that have the same bill in essentially. And I thought that they being heavier hitters than myself in the legislature, including Senator Timberlake as the Republican leader, that it would make more sense to throw support behind a unified approach in that regard. We're fortunate to have many nonprofit organizations that desire to help their local community. And whether it is a local American Legion, a fire department, a church, charitable work is being conducted by these nonprofits and numerous others. One of the easiest and most impactful ways of raising money for organizations such as nonprofits is by holding fundraisers, many times in the form of a raffle. While nobody wants a repeat of last year, I believe the pandemic brought to light a major barrier that our nonprofits face by not being able to conduct online raffles. As in-person gatherings were limited and by default, nonprofit organizations were unable to hold their usual in-person fundraisers, my phone began to ring. Nonprofit organizations in Aroostook County and throughout the state found themselves unable to hold online raffles because Maine statute does not permit them to do so. The inability for them to raise money like they have done in past years created two visible problems. One, they were unable to raise sufficient funds to help keep their communities at a time when it needed it most, and two, their own financial stability was put at risk. I understand that there may be concerns when it comes to regulating games of chance online. However, I believe that the gambling control unit within the Department of Public Safety is knowledgeable and equipped to put parameters in place so that nonprofit organizations may conduct online raffles for charitable causes while restricting unlawful internet activities. As I already alluded to, I've felt for some time that making this change in statute was necessary 2 years ago. As it did not happen at that time, today you have a chance to support the bill that would not only help Maine nonprofit organizations, but also help the communities that we all care about. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important legislation. Happy to answer any questions you guys have at this time.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Any questions for the senator while we have him here? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Up next, we have Brent Tangway.
Good morning. Representative Chiazzo, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Brent Tangway, and I have the honor of serving as Cora Shriner's potentate in Lewiston for 2021. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in favor of LD 685 and ask for the committee's support of the bill. Cora Shriners, based in Lewiston, are one of 2 shrine centers in Maine. The 1,600 nobles of Cora are Masons from all over the southern and westerly Maine. As many of you are probably aware, nobles are part of the Shriners Hospitals for Children, a system of specialized pediatric care in 22 locations that provide the very best care for children suffering with orthopedic conditions, burns, spinal cord injuries, and cleft lip and palate issues. Shriners Hospitals depend on shrine centers like ours from all across the United States, Canada, and Mexico for support to provide premium care at no cost to the families. Cora Shriners depend solely on fundraising like many other civic nonprofits. Our fundraising events support our hospitals, which are located in Boston and Springfield, Massachusetts. We also provide transportation for our patients and their families from Maine to these facilities for their care, as well as to support our local costs to exist and maintain our historic building that so many people enjoy. In 2020, we had to cancel our Cora Shrine Circus after 67 consecutive years because of COVID-19. Our 2021 circus is also canceled. Without the support of online raffles that was allowed at the very last minute, our other major event, the Cora Festival of Trees, would have been canceled as well. After a lot of hard work by dedicated members to conform to the ever-changing guidelines last year, the event's net total was only half of what it normally would have been, but it made the difference in covering our costs for 2020. I should note, to date, Cora has not found any way to qualify for any of the state or federal funds to assist during COVID-19. As we plan for our 2021 events, we remain in limbo. Like others, we are uncertain of what our events will look like because of COVID-19 restrictions. I'm confident that the fine nobles and their ladies will adapt. However, based on last year's experience, we are most concerned that there is no clear understanding that Cora would be able to hold an event virtually through the sale of online raffle tickets. LD 685 will provide us the certainty and safety net Cora Shriners need to continue our mission. I once again ask for the committee support of LD 685. I appreciate the committee members' attention and time today, and will gladly answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tangway, and thank you for all that you and your fellow Shriners do for the community. It's greatly appreciated for sure. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Tangway? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
That concludes the sign up, those who signed up for testimony. The attendee room is empty. So I will therefore, having received testimony of those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD 685. So thank you to the, thanks to the great efficient work that this committee has done. We now find ourselves in the enviable position of having 51 minutes until we have to get ready for the presentation. So hopefully we'll get a nice break. You guys will give me credit when Senator Lucchini returns to know that we run a tight ship, and then everybody gets to have some lunch, and we will return back at noon for a well-needed presentation. So if there are any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, then we will be in recess until noon this afternoon. Thank you.
Great job, Mr. Chair.
Enjoy your lunch. It's on me today. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for coming back. We'll give people a couple more minutes to come in and get their videos up and running. I know that Director Pollard and Director Richmond are on tight schedules, so I'll give them another minute or two, and then we'll turn it over to them and let them start. Actually, I'll bring them into the panelists. All right, so let's see. Director Pollard, Director Richmond, and General Young, I saw him in the waiting room as well. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure how you guys wanted to structure the presentation, so I'll follow your lead. I guess maybe Director Richmond, we'll start with you if you want to kick us off and let us know how you'd like to proceed.
Sure. Good morning. Happy to be with you today. Thanks for having us back. I think what would make sense, since Dr. Pollard agreed to do most of the talking, thankfully, I think if we can get her so we can share screen or put the presentation up, I'll let her introduce herself and begin.
All right. Let me see if I can.
She should be able to do so.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. Do you have that ability, Dr. Pollard? Okay, perfect.
Yes, I have been having microphone problems today, so just signal me if you can't hear me, and I was just starting to dial in by phone when you let me into the room, and it kicked me over to computer audio, but I can quickly try to dial in if my audio.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just gonna finish dialing in then. When you let me into the Zoom, it kicked me off the phone audio, so I'm gonna call in. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries.
Let's see. Just gotta get back to finding the phone number.
All right, there you are. We'll see if I'm not sure if I need to promote that number or if I can just allow you to talk. Let me just try the allow to talk first, see if that works. You want to give it a test?
How's that?
Oh, that's a bad echo. Let me try and move you. I'll move that in. No, I think that's all I can do is give you permission to talk. So maybe we'll have to have everybody muted while you're speaking. Maybe that will help a little bit.
How's this? Still a little echoey. Let me try again with my computer audio. I apologize.
Not sure what's going on with my laptop mic. It makes me feel really like a powerful, some kind of being with the echoing thing. I feel like a wizard or something, but I'm sure that's not the effect that you want. Well, I'm going to switch back over to computer audio and get really close to my mic.
Thank you for that.
How about now?
Actually, that's very strong. Yeah, you might even be able to get back a little bit if you need to.
I'll talk quickly. It cuts in and out has been the problem that I've been experiencing today and yesterday. So I'll try to talk fast and see if I can get through before it cuts out again.
All right, floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Just gonna move this. So I know some of you saw the presentation last session, and I mainly am presenting the same information, but I tried to make it a little bit less text heavy since last time that served as our official report to the committee on the pilot. And I've updated some of the numbers, but not all of the data. And so I'll try to point out the case where it's the most up-to-date data versus some of the data that we did not have a chance yet to compile to be the most up-to-date. And Director Richmond will chime in as he wishes. We have a few slides I know he specifically wants to speak to, but since I do tend to do a lot of talking, I welcome I welcome you just to jump in if I forget to pause for you. So this is just the background on the previous legislation, since, as I mentioned, this is our an updated version of our report to the committee. So it has a lot of the kind of background on the previous legislation. So I don't necessarily need to read you this text, but just in case people need this context on the prior legislation, it did require hospitals to screen everybody presenting to emergency departments for psychiatric reasons and to report that data to us in terms of the number of veterans presented, as well as who was referred or admitted for psychiatric inpatient. And also for us to establish this program, this pilot program of veterans case management in collaboration with the Bureau of Veterans Services. So these are updated hospital data, and as you can see, it's quarterly data, or sorry, every 6-month data, and we're seeing somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 veterans present to the emergency departments around the state within a 6-month period. Not all of the hospitals reported data to us. I don't know that necessarily means that they did not see any veterans, but we did have a handful of hospitals who have not sent any data to us. So there is likely missing data here in terms of the true numbers of veterans who present to the hospitals. But overall, we were pretty consistently getting data from 22 hospitals around the state. And you can see that the average admission to inpatient or referral/admission to inpatient resulting from those emergency department visits is right around on average 6%, which is pretty low compared to the national average of admission from emergency department to inpatient when somebody is there for a psychiatric emergency. So on average, it's about 22% of the time when somebody presents to the emergency department, they are then admitted to a psychiatric hospital. And I say that there's different ways you could look at it, but generally speaking, we would like and think that it should be a low rate of admission, because we know that not everybody who presents to the emergency room really needs that level of care and that kind of more restricted environment. But often people are admitted if there isn't ready access to another service. So by national estimates, we over admit people to the hospital for psychiatric reasons when they present to the emergency room. So you can just see those numbers over time. And then this is more language from the LD.
and may actually be slightly redundant with the last one. I think this is the language more about the case management program itself. And it required us to continue the pilot either until January of last year or until all the funds were expended. And as you'll hear by the end of the presentation, we chose to continue the program after the exhaustion of the funds because we thought it was a valuable service that was performing well. And I'm just going through this relatively quickly, although as I mentioned, it's kind of text heavy, because I'm sure you have questions and I'd be happy to have more of a conversation about the program. So based on the recommendation of the Bureau of Veterans Services, we sole sourced the contracts to these two providers based on their prior experience and kind of reputation in serving veterans, rather than make this a competitive bid process where we would take a longer period of time to get the work in place, but also may result in depending on how you create the RFP, in providers who aren't necessarily the preferred providers of veterans. So Easter Seals of Maine and Health Affiliates of Maine were the two providers to whom we granted contracts for this service. And as I said, we extended those contracts. Currently, they're set to end at the end of this fiscal year in the current contract cycle. We were able to cover most of the state with these two providers, but as you'll hear, there were definitely some service gaps in terms of where veterans were provided this case management. And we aligned with the Maine Care Section 17 case management program known as community integration for a variety of reasons, one of which is that will help make this a more sustainable program if we can assist veterans in getting on Maine Care if they're eligible, and getting reimbursement for veterans who have Maine Care will allow this program to remain relatively low cost. I don't know, Director Richmond, if you prefer to cover this slide about collaboration and all the kind of background work that took place to build this program and the referral structure prior to my arrival at the department.
Sure. Thank you. A lot of the collaboration efforts are listed here. We one of our first events together was a call to action where we assembled resources available to veterans and brought them all together at the State House in the Hall of Flags to highlight the resources that can keep veterans out of a crisis, and which is a definite part of the solution. We continue to collaborate with DHHS, SAMHSA, CDC on other projects. One right now that we're really active in is the Maine Safer Homes Task Force, which is an effort to educate veterans and their families on how to come up with a safety plan for lethal means storage in a time of crisis.
Thank you. So I mentioned Section 17 is we mirrored the eligibility requirements to some extent there, although of course we have the specific component of being a veteran and one who is not already.
Dr. Pollard, I think you're cutting out on us again. Sorry.
No. Oh, let's see. Oh,
I think you're back.
It goes in and out. I'm sorry. I really am gonna have to just replace my laptop or get a microphone or something.
It's just important. I don't want us to miss anything. So
just imagine that when I cut out, I'm saying something really insightful. So we did rank order, although for the most part, did not need to make use of these prioritizations because we were just able to get to people quickly and didn't have to kind of make those triage decisions. But we had established that who would get top priority would really be veterans exiting the hospital who would get first precedence to those appointments. But for the most part, we didn't need to worry about that.
The other thing to say about eligibility here is it's low barrier in that people who have served in the National Guard or may not meet the federal definition for veteran are eligible for this program.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd say it differently, Director Richmond. We were trying to fill in a gap rather than duplicate services of the VA. So in terms of data collection, I mentioned the hospital data. We also had the providers collect data from the veterans served. And that was in a variety of reporting structures. And these are some of the assessment measures that we asked the providers to complete, as well as basic information about demographics. We did some specific assessments around employment, housing needs, and hospitalization once somebody was in the program. And I think you have some thoughts about the referral sources, and I apologize, this data is not updated, but we can certainly send along updated data. We're working on getting this all compiled, but didn't have it done for today.
Sure. This is from the final report in 2020. And just for a frame of reference, there were, in the report from 2020, there were over 7,000 people who identified as veterans in the ER and were reported in the program. And of that number, just over 400 were admitted to the ER or for psychiatric care. And then this number were referred to the program. And we're finding early in the pilot that we could see that a lot of people who identified as veterans were going to the ER, but there wasn't a lot of use of the program. So we met with stakeholders in the state, specifically the VA, the vet centers, the CBOCs, and educated people who come in contact with people in the ER and who may appear at the VA for service, may appear in a crisis, but they may not be eligible for continuing care, that this program was out there. And we saw it, and we started to see more veterans taking advantage of it. So VA healthcare numbers, the 31, that's from TOGAS. The outreach centers, those are the vet centers. The CBOCs, the community organization programs. We started to see referrals from people who were not eligible for VA care on a continuing basis.
And I can verbally provide the update that to date we have served 340 veterans in this program. So updating from the numbers that were last updated on this slide from September 2019. So since that time, of course, we've served a lot more, and we are up to 340. Skipped right over there. Here we go. So this is outdated, as I mentioned, 340. And in terms of demographic distribution, the population served by this program, most are over 55, which the older I get, the more that doesn't sound terribly old. But let's look at the distribution of ages. We have a few octogenarians. As of the last time the demographic data was analyzed, and as we can see, most folks were above 50. And so this may be another consideration as we think about recommendations and outreach going forward to try to serve or connect with some of our younger veterans.
Another point to be made here is in the national strategy for preventing veteran suicide with the the VA compiled, 65% of the veterans who took their lives were over 50. So that's a significant demographic that we're servicing with this program.
And as far as geographic distribution, we, just to orient you to these data, if somebody lived in more than one county over the course of the program, they would be represented in each county, but within county data, those are not duplicated. So those represent unique individuals within county, but not necessarily across county if somebody moved during the course of being served by the program. But as mentioned, there were some areas where we really did not cover with this program. So over the course of over a year, we did not serve anybody who resided in Washington County, and very few people in some of the other counties such as Piscataquis and Knox. So I don't imagine it's the case that there are no veterans living there, but we, I think, recognize the challenge of serving rural populations and how to think about different outreach or engagement strategies in order to connect with veterans in these rural areas, although of course there's also just a lower population density or fewer numbers of people in those counties in terms of the numbers being lower as well, and that, not surprisingly, our more populous counties did see higher numbers. Anything you'd want to add, Director Richmond, to this particular visual?
I think you touched on everything I would.
Okay. So getting into for me, the good stuff, how did this program perform? What are the outcomes? We put some lofty goals in our contracts with these providers. We wanted 100% of the veterans served to have a complete assessment within 30 days of entry into the program or within the time that they were first seen for the program. We did not achieve perfection, but we got pretty good results. 92% of the veterans did have a completed assessment within that time frame. And we did have a little chunk of missing data there that we need to work on getting more thorough data collection with our providers. 6% missing data isn't terrible, but it would be nice to have all of the information. Similarly, with the timeliness of access, which is a really important goal across our services for DHHS, and is a particular performance goal that we're focused on in our office to make sure when people need a service, they get access to it quickly. So our goal here was to be connected with your case manager within 1 day, 1 business day of referral. That's really fast turnaround, and we got pretty close, 94%. And again, a little bit of missing data there, but the vast majority of program participants really quickly got assigned to a case manager who then, as mentioned in the previous slide, got them into services quickly and got those assessments done. As far as how people did once they got into the program, we really like to, in mental health services research, see low numbers of inpatient hospitalization. That's generally a goal because higher inpatient is the higher rate of admission. That's a general proxy for the sort of severity or how acutely somebody is experiencing symptoms, because to be admitted to the hospital is a pretty high bar. So generally it's considered a good outcome if you have low or reduced hospitalizations as a result of the program. So you can see here we hit our target. We were hoping that the vast majority, or 95% of veterans, would not be hospitalized within the time period on average that they remained in the program, which is about 6 months, and we did hit that mark. In terms of housing, that was a goal that we had for the case management services, since generally case managers help with access to housing or housing vouchers. But generally, the majority of the veterans did not identify this as a need. So
course, that's not to say among veterans as a whole, there isn't a high degree of homelessness, or among homeless populations within Maine, that we don't have a significant portion of veterans. But as far as who was connected to or referred to this program, most did not identify a housing need or had already stable housing. But out of the these are the previous numbers. So of the 210 participants, only about 10% were homeless, and those individuals did receive assistance with housing. And employment, we know that this was also an area of assistance, but again, somewhat surprisingly to me anyway, most of the veterans did not identify employment as an area of need. Most were either already employed, and maybe that speaks to, or likely that speaks to, in part, the age of the veterans served. Many were retired, and then a portion were also granted disability. As far as the cost of the program, when we looked at the average length of stay, the number served, and what the expenditures were for the program, it was a pretty low cost per veteran. And especially when you consider that on average nationally, 1 day of psychiatric inpatient hospitalization costs more than the 5 to 6 months of services for this program. And this is just a little fiscal update. As I mentioned, we extended the contracts. The providers have not yet fully expended the funds that we allocated during the contract extensions. And we did, as I mentioned, contribute some additional funds out of our office to keep the program going to the end of the fiscal year. There's a delay, unfortunately, at present in processing of the invoicing and the invoicing information, just due to the sheer volume of work going on at the Department of Health and Human Services. So there's a bit of a lag. This does not represent the most up-to-date information, because we have a few months of invoices that aren't counted in these expenditures. So in conclusion, we would say that this program did achieve the goals of providing safety net services and filling in a gap for need for veterans. The outreach component is really important, making sure that people who come into contact with veterans and veterans are familiar with this resource. The low barrier component was really important. We don't want people to have to jump through hoops. We want to make sure that, there's not a lot of bureaucracy, that people can really be connected and get the help they need, and that really seemed to be accomplished by this program. We got people in quickly, and we did it for a relatively low cost. So we would recommend continuation of this program. We think we'd like to improve the data collection so that we have other outcomes to report on, but overall it seemed to support or be associated with staying out of the hospital, and likely addressed quality of life issues, although we didn't have specific measures on that. In terms of our plans, we would like to expand this program and create a regional distribution of the service. So we'd like sometimes when we develop programs out of our office, we create an RFP, or a request for proposals, that divides the state into regions so that we get better distribution of service. So that's our plan so far, or at present, is to develop an RFP that makes clear we're looking for providers who have experience serving veterans and who can especially meet the needs. There'll be a strong emphasis on making sure we've got this region covered that we have not been able to get as much of a foothold in. And just kind of furthering that point there, how can we market to, how can we get stronger participation in those underserved counties? We don't recommend changing any of the eligibility guidelines. Those seem to work pretty well. And but as I mentioned, we do want to change the measures.
to be a little bit more veteran-centric, and look at other aspects of health and well-being in the performance measures and the contracts going forward. So that's an area of improvement from our standpoint that's needed for the program and for the contracts. And that's it. Thanks for the opportunity to present this information.
Thank you, Dr. Pollard. We appreciate that. Was very helpful, certainly to new members like myself, for sure. Representative Tuttle first.
Doctor, you mentioned 22 hospitals in the state. Which hospitals are reporting and which are not?
We're going to call them out. All right, let's see. Let me see if I have, if I can pull that information up for you. I do not have it at my fingertips, but I think I can look at my notes and find that information. Unless Director Richmond, you know off the top of your head.
No, but while you're looking, Dr. Pollard, I can talk about that. I think that one of the questions of the VLA committee was going to be, are we going to advocate that the hospitals continue to be required to report after the pilot or not? And I believe we agree that we wouldn't require, we wouldn't recommend that that requirement stay in place. However, there's still, if you look at the numbers of people that come to the ER in some type of crisis, it's between 2,000 and 3,000 during a reporting period. And the number of people that we can either affect with this program or the number of people that are admitted to a psychiatric program is a small fraction of that. So what happens to the other? The great balance of the number of people that are discharged back into their community. That's what I wanted to talk to the hospital association about, because while we wouldn't recommend a requirement, the healthcare providers that are coming into contact with these veterans in the ER are in an incredibly important position to give them information on how to connect to the VA, Vet Center, their local CBOC, the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services, this program, and a wealth of other resources, all of which we can give the information. We can provide the information to the hospitals. And I don't think it's a requirement, but it's a definite area that we can collaborate with the hospitals to get the right information to the veteran, to give them options on coping.
Thank you. Dr. Pollard, did you want to go over the chart here?
Sure. And just to make note that at the time that data was originally compiled for last year's report, we had 22 hospitals reporting in. I would have to quickly count this to see if we're missing any. I don't think we've listed hospital. I'm not sure here if on the slide, I apologize, if we've listed all the hospitals, because I don't see any zeros. But if there are specific hospitals people have questions about, we could see if they're missing or not. But my powers to count quickly tell me.
Well, Southern Maine, where I am, I don't see them there. York County.
Yeah.
It's a York hospital, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. There are not 33. I think we have 33 emergency departments in the state, and this is not 33. So we are still missing some.
Right.
So this is the inpatient numbers. This is the numbers who reported their emergency department data. So we don't have the second set of numbers unless we have the first set of numbers. But yeah, there are definitely still some missing. But I'm afraid I don't have the ability off the top of my head to say who's missing. I'm just not that quick to look at it and say what hospitals should be here but aren't. But maybe if you want to look at any particular region, I'm happy to leave these up so you can see if your region's hospital is here or not.
Well, how about York County?
We do see Southern Maine Healthcare presenting for York County or reporting data for
York County.
Good. All right. Nothing for York Hospital?
Nope.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, it's better. It's easier if I can see the Hollywood squares instead of the screen share. It's easier for questions. Just to follow up real quick, Dr. Pollard, does that mean that those facilities weren't participating in the program, or just that they weren't reporting?
So, and it's a good question. We had 26, if I recall correctly, who officially, I'm trying to think of the terminology. We set up essentially a simple contract so hospitals could seek reimbursement. We had 26 who came in under that mechanism. They were all expected to and asked to participate. But I think we had 26 who kind of signed up for the reimbursement, and then 22 at the time we last compiled this report who invoiced us for the data collection. I would really not want to assume that those who didn't report in just didn't see any veterans, but they didn't report the data. As I understand it, that was required by this LD.
Okay, thank you. Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Pollard and Director Richmond. This is one of those programs that you just sit back and smile and say, how can we build upon this and do better? I have two questions. One is, representing Somerset County, I saw the numbers there, and you mentioned Penobscot County. I know that we have a high number of veterans in those counties as well. You talked about expanding, to Aroostook and Washington County, maybe with another RFP. Is there a reason why you looked in that focus, or should we? If we're gonna look at expanding, do we go for the whole enchilada, as they say, and try to look at where we can even get this program into the hands of veterans across the entire state?
So to make sure I didn't miscommunicate, we do plan to cover the services statewide. We would divide the entire state into 3 regions, but I just wanted to acknowledge that we hadn't covered those 2 particular counties, and that sometimes I think with Washington and Aroostook County, I don't want to stereotype, I would just like to say that sometimes you need to have somebody who's really considered part of the community more so there, and the providers didn't necessarily have a presence or foothold in those counties in the way that might have been necessary for them to really be successful in connecting with veterans. So when we design the RFP, we just really want to make sure we cover all of the state more effectively. So we'll certainly continue to serve all of the state and the high needs counties, but want to pay particular attention to the ones who might need more of a local presence, if that makes sense.
No, it does. And then as far as just making sure that the committee, if we decide to move forward on how to take this from the pilot program, move it on in, is that this whole hospital reporting piece, and I think Representative Tuttle kind of hit upon it a little bit, is that if we're getting these numbers now with the folks that signed up, and I heard what Director Richmond said, is there a way, if we don't make it mandatory that they report in, are we concerned that we might not get the numbers? But at the end of the day, I think if you make the reimbursement piece part of that, you're going to get the numbers. So I think that's something we kind of got to work through on how we still get the data collection so the numbers, because when it comes to asking for dollars and keeping these programs going, this presentation that you just gave is pretty hard to argue against. And if we don't have those hard numbers, and especially some of the, not just the mental health piece, but even though they weren't as high as you may have expected, we are touching the unemployment or the employment piece and the housing as well. So it's not just laser focused on the mental piece. So how do we make that, especially with the hospitals being that resource and spreading the word?
I mean, I think it's important to make a distinction in the purpose of the data and which data. So the data I presented on outcomes, that was really the kind of more impressive data, did not come from the hospitals. That was from the providers of the service
Okay.
tracking that information. So we would continue to have that. We have that expectation in all of our services that we fund out of the Office of Behavioral Health, that you need to show that you're performing, and so we would continue to get that information. Although I think we could collect some measures that might be more useful. The hospital data, when we were talking about some of the hospitals not reporting in, I'm not sure, because this was before my time, that I really understand the intention of the prior legislation collecting that information. If it was just to sort of get a look at how often, what's the prevalence of veterans presenting to the emergency room, but it didn't require the hospitals to screen and refer for this service. So it wouldn't meet that purpose either. We can get much more comprehensive data without requesting out of the hospitals by making use of our all payer claims database from the main health data organization. And so we could get administrative data sets without being dependent on the hospitals to report in. So I guess it would be helpful to understand what is the committee's interest in, what's the hope for the data, and then we can better address what's the best way to get that data in a more thorough and hopefully less burdensome manner.
I can't speak for the committee, but I can speak. You just cleared that up for me. If you're getting the numbers and who we're reaching and who we're helping from the providers, and if we can take that requirement that the Director Richmond talked about to get more hospitals to participate, then I think it sounds like a win-win to me personally. But
yeah, because we could certainly look back and say who is referring to this program, and we would see who is helping veterans get to the program and who we might need to focus some attention to. I think one of the pieces we would like to beef up about this program really is the kind of marketing or outreach piece to make sure that we get a strong referral network.
Thank you so much.
And that's another area that I always wondered about in the data collection, because we found that the hospitals that reported that a pretty staggering number of veterans showed up for care. And then of that number, a small percentage were admitted to they were hospitalized for. And then we know how many people we've helped with this program. But we also know there's another set of numbers. It's what about the people that just were released back in the community? What were they given for information? We didn't ask the hospitals to specifically refer to the VA, this program. There's all kinds of opportunities for collaboration, but I think the original ask of them, the requirement that we paid them for, we found out what we needed, and now from here it's an opportunity to collaborate, get the correct information to the veteran so that they can access resources.
So, Dr. Pollard, did you see any correlation? I'm wondering if the low rate of referrals, could that be any indication of a lack of treatment facilities? I mean, there just isn't enough. I mean, people may need that, but we can't be referred because there's no space in the programs for them. Is that a possibility? Or?
Well, as far as this particular program, we didn't run, if you mean the referrals. So there's a couple of referrals that we could be talking about. The referral from ED to inpatient, that was a low percentage, although that's not necessarily a bad thing. Generally, based on services research, people are over admitted to psychiatric inpatient from the emergency department. So if you do studies where you look at, did the person actually need that level of care, or were they just admitted because there wasn't something readily available in the community, or the ED just didn't have the bandwidth to get that person more appropriate level of care? There is pretty strong evidence to suggest the inpatient admissions are too high from the emergency departments for psychiatric reasons. So the fact that they're only around 6%, there's a lot of ways you could interpret it. That could be seen as a positive thing, like we're not over admitting people. It could be that there's lack of inpatient beds for veterans specifically. That's hard to know from these data. because we don't have that other piece of information that would be important, which is like out of those 2,000 to 3,000 a month, how many like really needed an inpatient level of care. So it's hard to know about that. But as far as referral to the Veterans Case Management Program, you can see from the timely access data, there was no wait. We were able to get people in really quickly for that.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the referral to the facilities, and wondering if, why that number's so low. If it's positive, then great. That's kudos. You're doing a great job on the program, doing the screening and doing the proper referrals. But if it's because of something else, I'm trying to figure out why that number was as low as it was. Any other questions from the committee? I've got a couple. So I noticed in the patients reporting of veterans showing up at the hospitals, was there any, or for referral to the program, was there any way to track veterans that maybe have gone through the program more than once, or is that only just first-time referrals?
That's a great question. We did not put together data on readmission to the program. I don't think that was an issue because there was no pressure to discharge people from the program. We know the average length of stay was between 5 and 6 months. We've been running the program since 2018. We certainly could look at readmission. I don't, anecdotally, which isn't ever the best way to answer questions, but I don't think we have that data specifically compiled. And I don't know if Director Richmond, you have any further insights about that, but I don't think that it was a big readmission rate.
It wasn't a big issue that we found, but I do recall the question being asked by one of the providers, and I know that the contracting authorities and DHHS did have the flexibility to grant an extension to the benefit in certain cases, and that's probably I'm sure that's how we got to the average. So there is a little bit of flexibility built into it for extended service.
Okay. Yeah, and I wasn't asking. If it's not a major factor in the program, then I don't want to create something that we, to track it just for the sake of tracking it.
No, I think it's a good question though, because if we're transitioning people from a veteran-specific service to one of, say we help the person get on main care and they, do they move to a different program in some cases, and if so, do they achieve the same outcomes? And I think it is an interesting question. We just don't have that data because we do want to make sure that we don't kind of lose the ground that's been gained by the program if we refer on elsewhere for more ongoing services.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm assuming the funding that was allocated from the DHHS side is that from your operational budget side of things, or is that a special fund allocation of some kind?
No, we used mental health general fund, so we just considered this, case management is something that we fund out of our office, and we certainly felt that this program was deserving of allocation from our regular resources. We were just shy, I think, of being able to get through this fiscal year with the special appropriation that came with the pilot. So we did, and I'd have to look, it was, somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000, I think, to complete the fiscal year.
Okay. And then the next question I have is it sounds like, and very appreciative of DHHS kind of stepping in and filling that gap when the funding ended up, but it sounds like should this program, because it's treatment oriented, should it still reside in DHHS, or should it come back to DVM again?
I mean, my answer hasn't changed. I don't know about Director Richmond. We certainly think it's appropriate for us to continue.
No, we're losing you, Dr. Pollard. I'm sorry.
Right.
This is a good one for me to hear too.
And we're happy to continue the program. It fits in with having a complete kind of continuum of behavioral health services. And I think, you know, the department is looking very strongly at more comprehensive service models that are inclusive of veterans. So unless Director Richmond wants to like arm wrestle me for it, he might win that. We should probably have paper, rock, scissors or something. We are happy to continue the program.
As are we. You know, in my opinion, it's where it should be. We don't have a clinical mission in the Bureau, and DHHS does, and they're doing a great job with this program.
Yeah, and we certainly appreciate the collaboration for sure. I think that's government working at its best. I think we just, as a committee, want to make sure that the veterans component doesn't get lost in the sauce somewhere, and it ends up on on the floor in some future budget somewhere. So not sure how we could keep those relationships or those channels of communication open while you're funding and applying the program. We may just ask you for frequent report backs or something here, just as a courtesy or something, maybe, if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that perspective. I think we can continue to collaborate and enjoy doing so. I think when we were thinking about this particular LD, I think we agree that it is important to immortalize it, so to speak, or to make it permanent officially, because future iterations of the department may not necessarily choose to designate funding. So we're not in disagreement with that approach.
Great. Any other questions for Dr. Pollard or Director Richmond while we have them? I think we have them for another 9 minutes. All right. Seeing none, then thank you very much for the presentation. It was certainly very helpful to me as a first-time committee member. So, and I appreciate the collaboration between the two groups. I think that does speak volumes. So ultimately, we want outcomes, right? We don't need, it doesn't matter who gets the credit or where the funding comes from. We want the results. So, I appreciate that collaboration. All right. So I think that concludes the presentation. Janet, I don't know if you had anything that you would like to add, or if anything we need to do before we go into work session. I don't expect to go right into work session right now. I'm hoping we can grab, I see Senator Lucchini's back. Maybe we can grab about a half an hour or so, come back at 1:30, do a caucus real quick, and then come back at 1:30 and start the work sessions. But if there's nothing else for Dr. Pollard and Director Richmond, we can cut them loose. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you taking your lunch hour and come visiting and talking to us. So thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Anything you need from us, Janet, before we scoot? No? Okay. All right. Senator Lucchini, welcome back. We missed you, or I did at least. So it's a lot of work to run these guys.
Sorry, I couldn't be here this morning, but
he paid us all $5 to tell you what a great job he did.
I'm sure it went probably better than usual.
It was a setup because of the good pre-planning that the senator did before, so it was good scheduling. So, if there's no if nobody has any concerns or questions on that, I think and everybody's okay. Maybe we go we take a break until come back at 1:30. We can caucus real quick. We got a pretty heavy plate this afternoon for a work session. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bills for work session. So maybe we can just do a quick caucus if need be, and come back. Maybe I will say maybe 1:30 is probably a good time. There's a lot of stuff to talk about in the group. So, all right. No questions or concerns? Then why don't we take a break, and we can reconvene again in 20 or 36 minutes.
Okay, I think we can get restarted. All right, so this afternoon, we've got a number of work sessions. I think we'll start on the Veterans Bills side.
Well, Mr. Chair, I see that Senator Farron is driving with no hands.
No, Representative Tuttle, my beautiful bride is chauffeuring me.
Well, well, we both married well, Brad.
Brad has his own driver no matter where he goes, you know. It's what happens when you're big time. So we'll
Difference between a representative and a senator.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Morgan, I've been both, unfortunately.
All right, so we'll start the work sessions, and we have Director Richmond here, so we'll begin with the veterans bills, and I think we'll start with LD. LD 542. Is that right, Chairman Chiazzo? 542? Okay.
Yes, please, if we could.
Yep. Oh, and there's Sam too. Nice. Is this a Sam bill? I forgot which ones are yours.
Yeah, we've made it a little confusing. This is a Sam bill.
Okay, great. Well, welcome.
Thanks. All right, let me just get my screen shared here. All right, can everybody see that?
Yep, looks good.
All right. So LD 542, this is an act to provide support services for military members transitioning to civilian life in Maine. This bill provides ongoing, i.e. no end date, funding of $250,000 per year for the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management to provide personalized and proactive support for active duty military members who are transitioning to civilian life in Maine and their families. And as drafted, this bill does contain the exact language as did LD 1952 from the 129th second regular session. And at the public hearing, the sponsor offered an amendment for this bill that I believe is also from the 129th second regular. I think the amendment represents the majority ought to pass as amended report from that session. So the sponsor's proposed amendment, which I have also provided to the committee, strikes the bill and replaces it with a resolve. The resolve directs the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development in consultation with the Director of the Maine Bureau of Veterans Services within Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, to establish a 2-year pilot project to conduct outreach and to provide support services for active duty military members who are transitioning to civilian life in the state and their families, and provides funding in the fiscal year 2020 and to 2021 for the first year of the 2-year pilot project. Apparently, according to the testimony, this amendment is the product of collaboration between DVEM and DECD. And also, I had noted that DVEM testified that it is still supportive, but if the department is responsible for administering the proposed program and funds as the original bill is currently drafted, not the amendment, it could not absorb the workload without impacting other high priority programs. One note about the amended proposal or the proposed amendment is that the dates would need updating, I think, by the committee. The amendment directs the pilot project to begin at September 1st, 2020, which is passed, and the submission of a report by January 1st, 2023, which is not quite enough time for a 2-year pilot project. And also not being an emergency, this bill would take effect 90 days after adjournment of the first regular. So it would even truncate that timeline even more. I did note some technical issues for the original version of the bill, and just a description about how, just some information about how grants would be awarded. But I don't know if you want me to go into those unless you want to talk about the original version specifically. Is that something you want me to do, or do you want to leave it where it is?
I think it's obviously the committee can weigh in here, but where it was kind of striking the whole original bill, then maybe we can kind of talk about the pilot as is. And I know there had been some desire to potentially just discuss this a little bit and then perhaps table it, just pending more information. But I'm not sure, Chairman Chiazzo, did you have any thoughts on that?
No, I would agree. I think it's get the analysis, any discussion with the committee for sure. See if we have any further questions, and then give us a little bit of time for it to sink in a little bit before we decide to move on it.
Right, and I know we've got Representative Chiazzo and Senator Farron are both on the Veterans Caucus, so they've also taken a look at some of these bills as well. So, Representative Tuttle.
After the discussion of this morning on what David and DHS is doing, what are the parallels to this bill? Are we already doing this, or are we creating something new here?
This, well, Dave can, Director Richmond can probably address it better than I can. Are there any recruiting, I guess, programs in the works? I think you mentioned one in the public hearing a couple weeks back, that some people are doing it.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are collaborating with the DECD on a couple of initiatives, Representative Tuttle. The most recently, we met with members of the State Workforce Board and the Veterans Workforce Board and the our own bureau and the DECD to talk about ways that we could market our state to boomerang veterans and veterans interested in moving here for the first time. And so we have a couple things in progress, nothing specifically like this pilot proposes.
All right, because I'm a veteran myself. I'm all for veterans, but I just want to make sure we're not duplicating things, because I think it would be a waste of resources. But I would, if we would want to table this, it's up to the chairs. I'd be willing to, agree to that. But I just want to make sure that as we get more of these bills, we don't over duplicate ourselves, because I think it would be a waste of resources, and sometimes would not help things, make them worse.
And I think just given the budget situation, I think there was a lot of interest in, trying to really prioritize which initiatives we'd want to move forward first, and which ones, may not be as quite as high a priority. So I think that was part of the discussion that we had with the hearings and in between. So any other thoughts on this one, or Senator Farron?
Yeah, I know Sam was going to get to that a little bit about awarding of the grants, and it said organization, or would this be open to, because there are private firms that operate in the state of Maine. I know there's also organizations like the Roots to Roots and whatever, but there are private businesses that do this specifically. Would they be eligible to apply for the grant as well?
Yeah, Sam, I don't think, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So under the sponsor's proposed amendment, in here, let me just pull it back up to make it nice and clear. Wait, did that work? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can see it. Yep.
Somehow I can't see it now. There we go. Yeah. So you can see it states that the pilot project must be administered by one or more nonprofit or for-profit entities selected through a competitive bidding process. So I believe that means that yes, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like a nonprofit organization. It could be like another kind of for-profit private entity.
Mr. Chair, follow up?
Yep.
So we know that it was originally $250,000 a year, and we heard the Dave talk about needing some resources as well. Will we get an updated fiscal note on what those resource requirements would be and what the total package? Is that something we could request?
It looks like where this one is just, where this amendment, I guess, is just written by the sponsor, and they basically just say, we're gonna appropriate 200,000, it looks like, a year for this. So I think I guess you try to make the pilot fit within the confines of whatever amount of money we decide, the committee would decide, I guess, as a pilot project rather than the other version. I know we do work with Easter Seals and another group with the mental health pilot, and that we do, I guess it's a competitive bid, and then we award it to those agencies. Is that right, Director?
Well, thank you, Senator Lucchini.
I can't remember which one. We've had a few of those.
So I just heard Dr. Pollard say at noon today that particular contract that was associated with the pilot, those were sole source contracts.
Okay.
And I think that this one, Sam's right on. It was designed so that a not-for-profit or a for-profit company could propose how they could bring veterans to the state and in what way. And the fiscal note was to go to DECD,
okay,
not our bureau.
Gotcha. Okay, any other questions on this? Or is anybody ready to make a motion? Chairman Keith?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
I think Chris was going to jump on it too.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion.
I was just going to make the motion, Senator, so you're good. You're good.
Okay, so we have a motion to table by Senator Farren and seconded by Representative Tuttle. So we will proceed to a vote by roll call, please, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, you were muted when you responded.
Yes.
Yay.
There we go.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazza.
Yes.
Representative Chiazza, yes. I apologize about my phone.
Yeah, it's busy.
Representative McCray. Representative McCray, absent. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dolliff, yes. 12 present in favor of the motion and none against the motion and one member absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. All right, so Sam, which other bills are yours? We can go right through yours if it makes it easier for you.
Yeah, that works. If it works for you, that works for me. I also have 588 today.
Okay, let's move on to 588 then, which is resolved to study veterans benefits in Maine.
All right, that's showing for everybody.
Yep.
Okay. This resolve requires the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management to study the provision of federal and state benefits available to veterans in the state and the efficacy of benefits in addressing deficiencies in comprehensively and fairly addressing issues experienced by the veterans, and by January 1st, 2022, report its findings, including proposed legislation, to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, which may report out a bill on the subject of the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. I just wanted to note one thing that was raised at the public hearing. Bureau of Veteran Services had testified that it does not have a clinical mission statute, and it does not have case managers, counselors, or clinicians, and thus relies on professional associations to bridge that gap. So while the Bureau stated that it can assist a veteran in filing a claim with the VA and connect service members to needed care, it doesn't have the ability to meet the healthcare and mental needs of veterans in-house. And for these reasons, the Bureau recommended that any study in these areas should include subject matter experts and not be limited to one bureau. They had suggested a study similar to one that was conducted in the 127th legislature, which was Resolve 2015, Chapter 48, and I had provided the committee with that as well. The only other note I really had on this bill was that the committee may wish to consider whether it is necessary to define veteran for the purposes of this resolve, including considering addressing whether the resolve should include a study of the benefits available to a member of the National Guard who was not called to active duty. And I've linked you to a statute that includes such a definition. Well, for actually a definition for National Guards members who are deployed. And so just to be clear about that, the bill kind of addresses veterans generally, but does not provide specific parameters.
I see. Great, thank you, Sam. Okay, any questions on this resolve or thoughts on the proposal to study? Senator Farron.
Yeah, Senator Lucchini, I just wonder if it'd be worthwhile, because we do have some new members, to ask Director Richmond just to explain a little bit about why we have veterans in Maine that fall underneath that definition, but are not recognized as veterans for some of the veteran services on the federal level. They can get a little confusing.
Sure. Yes, Senator Farron, I can. So Sam was talking about, I think the BLD might have talked about what benefits may be available to serving National Guardsmen and women, reservists. And in a case like that, there may be people who are serving in the National Guard who have never been deployed, and or they never had a qualifying federal service that would allow them to meet the federal definition for veteran. And so in cases like that, they may or may not be eligible for benefits.
Okay. Thanks. Other questions or thoughts? I know we've, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this is probably similar to the last bill we had, trying to decide really whether, I think we're all for veterans issues, trying to decide best place for the resources. But so I guess I would ask Director Richmond, of the study that was done on the 127th, have we met all of the objectives of that study, or are there still things that are outstanding that we might want to focus on instead of conducting rehashing another study again?
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. To answer your question, the commission to study veteran services was very broad. They looked at the whole gamut of issues affecting veterans in Maine. Suicide prevention. One of the areas was the pilot project that we talked about earlier today that came out of that study. The need for a case management program so that the Bureau could move from filing cabinets to the internet to store documents so that we could be more practical. A whole gamut. And to answer your question, we've come a long way. And in my testimony, there's still areas that we haven't solved as a state, and there's still problems that the nation hasn't solved, like suicide, veteran suicide. That remains an issue. And there's a bunch of areas that the sponsor proposed that we look at that are always at the forefront of what we're assessing. But there was a bunch of items that are outside of our wheelhouse, specifically the clinical issues that affect veterans, and also the issues that affect elder veterans in terms of, where are they going to access nursing home care? Where are they going to, is there adult daycare? Is there in-home health care? These are all great things to look at. And I think, in my opinion, the state at some point will need to study those. But the experts that are going to be needed to arrive at useful conclusions reside outside of our bureau. So we'd be looking at another external study for it to be a meaningful, useful study. Would have to be outside of our department.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
So there are questions? Chairman Chiazzo?
Well, Mr. Chair, if the discussion is completed, then I move we table LD 588 to a later date.
Second.
A motion to table by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Tuttle. Tabling is non-debatable, so we will proceed to a vote by roll call. Karen, if you please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate. Representative McCrate, absent. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative
Hang
Wood.
on.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 11 members voting in favor of the tabling motion, 0 members voting against, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So that'll be tabled, and we'll probably take it up at some point next week or two, depending on, I guess, the session schedule. So thank you, Sam. That's it for your bills today?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So now we'll move on to the next bills. We've got Janet here for those. So I know the director, I think, has a little bit of time left. So we will move on to LD 625, a resolve directing a review of crucial needs and lapses in responding to and preventing sexual trauma in the Maine National Guard.
Okay. So this resolve, can you all hear me and see everything?
Yep.
Okay. I usually forget to unmute, so I had to check. This resolve directs the Adjutant General to review the degree to which the recommendations made in the report submitted to the VLA Committee under Resolve 2013, Chapter 66 have been implemented by the Maine National Guard, as well as to identify any crucial needs, excuse me, and lapses in responding to and preventing military sexual trauma in the Maine National Guard, and determine if additional action is necessary. Under the resolve, the Adjutant General has to submit a report on the review by November 1st of this year to this committee, and this committee would have authority to report out legislation to the second regular session. As far as the history, the 126th legislature enacted the resolve that's cited in the current resolve, and the hyperlink there will lead you to that report. Will lead you to the resolve. And that resolve directed the Adjutant General to conduct an assessment of Maine law, including the Maine Code of Military Justice, governing active duty Maine National Guard members, to determine whether these laws provide for the adequate prosecution of sexual assault and for the proper treatment of military victims of sexual assault, including by assessing how Maine law compares to the Federal National Defense Authorization Act of 2013 with respect to 14 listed issues. The Adjutant General was directed to submit a report in 2014, and a scanned copy of that report is available on the Law and Legislative Reference Library's website, and so I gave you the link there. So you can just get the electronic copy of the report just by clicking that link. If you are interested in where the Maine Code of Military Justice laws are, they're in Title 37, Chapter 5 of the Maine Revised Statutes. And for example, one of the things that was in the 2014 report was information that sexual assault crimes have been added to the Maine Code of Military Justice. So if you're interested, that's all available by clicking that link. There is also a Maine National Guard Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Program, which was referred to in some of the materials. And if you're interested in seeing what they do, I linked them as well. At the public hearing, Representative Riley testified that at a minimum, the following specific issues, which were listed in the 2013 resolve. If you remember, I mentioned there were 14 issues listed. Representative Riley pointed to a couple of the issues that he thought could use re-examining, although he did say that maybe others as well worth re-examining. These were just some examples. So some of those were mandatory administrative separation or dismissal of any member of the Maine National Guard convicted of any sexual offense. Also allowing victims to return to active duty after separation to help prosecute sex offenders. In addition to creation of an independent review panel to examine the way sexual assaults are investigated, prosecuted, and adjudicated under the Maine Code of Military Justice, as well as annual command climate assessment surveys to track individual attitudes toward sexual assault and sexual harassment, and required sexual assault prevention and intervention in pre-command and command courses for officers and relevant personnel. There weren't any technical issues I identified with the resolve. It's pretty straightforward direction to the Adjutant General to conduct a follow-up assessment. And the preliminary fiscal impact statement has been released. And I just put a little copy here. It might be a little small because I was experimenting with cutting and pasting a picture of a PDF. But it indicates there's a minor cost increase to the department to conduct this internal study. But if you don't amend the resolve, there won't be any fiscal note required.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. Representative Riley.
Yes, thank you. I was seeing if Director Scott Young has any suggestions on the bill, especially I think he had talked about the debate on the date on reporting back.
Right, General Young, if you're on, there you are. Yeah, yeah. It looks like it's a little tight with November 21 on the report back.
Yeah, that was just the thought that was a little quick, depending on when the bill comes out, when it becomes law, all of that. So we were hoping for a little more time on that report out to the committee, and that was really the only flag that we saw in that bill.
Great. And General, do you have a suggestion on time that would work for this type of study? I know you've done something similar before, but obviously we don't want it rushed, or want to give you adequate time to do what you need.
Yeah, I mean, similarly to the last report, I think it was due at the beginning of the next calendar year. Okay. Is kind of what we were looking at. Not a lot of time, but a little bit of time to help us with that. We are transitioning, I believe, some personnel as well, so that'll, a little bit extra time will help that as on top of that.
Okay, thanks. So I think if the goal is to get it in the next session of the legislature, now we could move it to something like March 1st of 2022, if that gives you a little more time, or
Yeah, that would that definitely would be easier for us to provide you a better product.
sure. And especially as everybody's curtailing their, staff and operations, it's a tough time to take on more tasks. Senator Farron.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the sponsor for bringing us forward and the department recognizing and finding support of the outstanding work that the SOCs do in both the Maine and Air National Guard. And I'd like to make
Oh, it was kind of a cliffhanger. I think you, oh, there he is.
Oh,
we lost you for a little bit, but
where did I leave?
You said you were about, I don't know.
About to make a motion of ought to pass.
Great.
As amended, Mr.
As amended with the report out date of March of 2022, I believe.
Okay. So
Second.
Okay, great. So thank you, Senator Farron. We have a motion of ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being changing the report back date to March 1st of 2022, and seconded by Representative Tuttle. Is there any further discussion on the motion or the bill? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. And again, the motion is ought to pass as amended. So Karen, if you're ready, thank you.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dolliff, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So that's unanimous of those present. Great. So we'll take the next bill on our list, which is LD. Actually, let's go with LD 693. Janet, sorry if I'm jumping around a little bit while we're here. LD 693, an act to make the pilot program providing mental health case management services to veterans a permanent program, just to make sure we can squeeze these in before the director has to leave.
Okay. So this emergency bill is designed to make permanent the pilot program established in Resolve 2017, Chapter 24, to provide mental health case management services to Maine veterans. And that is the resolve that you heard the presentation about today at noon. So included in the current bill, so it takes the resolve language, changes it a little bit, and sticks it in statute. So as the bill is currently drafted, Section 1 of the bill requires hospitals to screen all emergency room patients for prior military service and report data twice yearly on those individuals with military service who present a behavioral or mental health emergency or who are referred or admitted for inpatient psychiatric care. There are 2 ways that hospitals can be exempted from screening data that are listed here, and we can talk about those more if you want to get into that later. There is a hospital stipend provided in the bill, so it requires the department to distribute an annual stipend from the Veterans Mental Health Case Management and Services Fund that's established on page 3 of the bill to each hospital that screens, collects, and reports data. And the amount of that stipend would be established by the Department of Health and Human Services through routine technical rules. Section 2 of the bill involves the mental health case management services that were part of the pilot project. So it requires the Department of Health and Human Services to enter contracts for the provision of case management services to assist veterans in accessing a range of mental and behavioral health services, including inpatient services as clinically required. The Department of Health and Human Services would work with the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to identify regions of the state where the services are needed the most. One contract would have to be in northern Maine. The two departments would coordinate to identify veterans who are enrolled in the VA and are seeking these services, or if they're likely eligible for enrollment but aren't enrolled, then the Bureau of Veteran Services under the bill would assist that group of veterans with enrollment for the VA. They would also be required to coordinate services under the program with the VA and with other state agencies that provide health services or other assistance to veterans. Eligibility for the program under the bill is that you had to be a resident of Maine, you have to be a veteran, so you would have to meet the federal definition of veteran or be currently serving in the Maine National Guard or Reserves. Your character of discharge would not impact at all your eligibility for this program. In addition, veterans would have to have received a mental health diagnosis or a mental health disability rating from the VA, or if they're not enrolled with the VA, have been determined to require mental health services by a licensed mental health professional, and then meet any requirements established by the two departments for case management services. There is a cultural competency component, which was something raised of interest during the public hearing. So under the bill, case managers must demonstrate familiarity with military and veteran culture. In addition, there's a data collection requirement upon the two departments about the provision of case management services. And then the hospital data and the results of the pilot project would be the subject of a report that would be annually required by February 1st to this committee. The bill also establishes that fund I referenced in reference to the hospital stipend. So it's the Veterans Mental Health Case Management and Services Fund. It would be a non-lapsing fund administered by the Department of Health and Human Services, both to reimburse the hospitals and to fund these case management services. So the legislative history is that this derived from the resolve that you had the presentation on. So there's no need to go over that because you just had that presentation. You may be interested to know, if you weren't on the committee in the 129th legislature, that in that legislature, this committee proposed to amend that 2017 resolve through a unanimous committee amendment to what was then LD 835, which was brought forth by the same sponsor as this bill. That amendment hadn't yet been reported out when the legislature adjourned, but as it was drafted, it would have extended the date of the pilot program from January 1st, 2020 through January 30th, 2021. And the information you received today is that the pilot program is going through the end of this fiscal year. So that has been accomplished through DHHS's own funding anyway. That unanimous committee report would have also required DHHS to contract with a provider experienced in providing services in Northern Maine, and that's been included in this bill as well. And then it would have also appropriated money for that extension. At the public hearing, both the Department of Health and Human Services and the Maine Hospital Association suggested that the hospital screening and data collection requirements may no longer be required. If so, they suggested amending the bill to remove those provisions as well as the hospital stipends. The explanation of why was already given to you at the presentation, so I'm not going to restate that again. The only thing that may bear discussion is very similar to something Sam raised earlier, and that the director explained after Senator Farron asked a question, which is this definition of veteran. So under the bill, as it's drafted and under the resolve that was passed in 2017, a veteran who's eligible for case management, the case management program, is an individual who meets the federal definition of veteran. So they were in the active military, naval, or air service, and also individuals who are currently serving in the Maine National Guard or Reserves of the U.S. Armed Forces. When this committee looked at 835 last session, it added in language to provide that an individual who formerly served in the Maine National Guard or Reserves, but who may not meet the federal definition, would also be eligible. So to show you what that means, I did copy that committee amendment down here. Again, I took a screenshot of the PDF, so this may not be the clearest way to get you this information. But if you looked, the definition, the resolve was an individual who served in the U.S. Armed Forces and met the federal definition, or is currently serving in the National Guard. And this committee last time added, or who has served in the National Guard or reserves. So that's just something to consider whether you want to follow that amendment or not. The director didn't, I reached out to him and he didn't think that it was necessary. He thinks it's pretty broad, but I'm a belt and suspenders kind of a person. So I thought I'd bring it up to you and let you all decide. There was a request for the briefing and that request was already satisfied.
Great, thank you, Janet. Representative Tuttle, did I see your hand up or, sorry? Oh, I think you're still muted, Representative.
There we go.
There you
How's
go.
that, Roy? Yeah.
You're good.
You'll have me trained yet. Yeah, I
I
forget
it every day too.
Well, I know, yeah. But Janet answered my question. I was asking about the National Guard folks, if they're included, and I guess they are. My other question would be, are we duplicating things, David, in this bill? I know we had a good presentation earlier, and I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating things. And maybe if you could answer that, Mr. Chair, I would greatly appreciate that.
Sure, Director, if you can address that, would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. So to answer your question about the National Guard, I think Janet did a great job explaining the amendment last time. And it helped me understand that the original intent of the legislation, I think, was to be low barrier, so that because a significant number of veterans or people who have been in the military that take their own lives either have never been deployed, they may, and there are National Guardsmen it's a high number also. So if the intent is to capture a demographic of veterans that are not served by another program through the VA Vet Center or CBOX, then I think the amendment might be appropriate. To answer your question, Representative Tuttle, this program is unique because it does serve a portion of the veteran population that really is not eligible for services through the VA. So it's not duplicating. It's providing a safety net. And the of the 20, the VA has been quoted in saying that of the 20 national veterans that take their life each day, 14 are not getting care through the VA. So 6 are. And one of the basic missions of our Bureau is to connect veterans to resources that they're eligible for. So this program is unique because it puts the provider in a position to say, hey, are you, even though we're proposing to remove the requirement, they're in a position to say, have you ever served in the Guard? Have you ever served in the military? Yes. Okay, well, here's a number for the VA. Here's a number for the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services. And they are in a unique position to provide a referral that we can then take and connect veterans with the VA. If they're not eligible right now, or when they go to the ER, when our VSOs are through, they may be. So it's not a duplicative service.
Well, David, it also includes Northern Maine. It mentioned Washington County and Aroostook. And as we saw on the figures that we got today, is that unfortunately with the present program, it doesn't seem that we're reaching out to those more rural areas. So maybe this might assist us in doing that, because I know that if you look at the percentages of folks in Washington County and Aroostook that have served in the military per capita, is very high. So I'm hoping that we can reach those populations, Mr. Chair. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Representative Tuttle. And I saw in Dr. Pollard's testimony that they support expanding the program to all regions of the state. And I think that's an important element that we can't forget. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reiterate what I said at the presentation. I think this is a great example of government interaction and working together at its best to solve a problem. And I very much appreciate Dr. Pollard stepping up and DHHS stepping up to really work with DVM to carry this program forward. My question, I guess, is for Janet. Because this would be going into the DHHS budget, is there any mechanism in place, or is there something that we can add to ensure that the funding stays there? Or are we going to run the risk for every budget cycle of this being part of an operational curtailment or something?
I don't know that there's a way you can prevent a curtailment because one legislature can't bind a future legislature, but this is another fund that says that it's non-lapsing, and we'll just have to pay close attention to any appropriations provision and make sure the money is put in that fund, which we know will be non-lapsing, which is something I didn't catch last time when this kind of issue happened. So we can watch for that carefully.
Does it make sense to ask for some kind of report back, either through DVM or separately from DHHS to update us on the status of the program?
There's an annual report on February 1st every year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Right. And I think to that point, Chairman Chiazzo, if by making it permanent and hopefully building this into the baseline, it gives it a chance that we don't have to revisit it every 2 years. So I think this is really the best bang for your buck that you're going to find for mental health treatment. Senator Farron.
I agree with that. And I guess I'd also just ask the question where we're going and the baseline budget is being proposed, right? And this was in the previous budget. Is the money being carried forward on the budget we're going to see next week? Is that a question we can ask and get a response back to, just to know whether it's there? I know it's a pilot program, but in moving that around. And the other thing is, I really picked up on this morning, it's not just the mental health piece. They're also addressing the homelessness piece as well as the employment piece. And I think really, really good things that we got to continue on. And with that being said, I'd make a motion of ought to pass. We have to do as amended with that language, Janet.
That's up to you. That would make it clear that individuals who are in the National Guard but never called to active duty would still be eligible. And I believe the director indicated that that might be a good change if you wanted to make it broadly applicable to people who might otherwise fall through the cracks.
I would do as amended.
Second. Third.
We have a motion not to pass amended by Senator Farron and seconded by I think it was Chairman Chiazzo and thirded by Representative Tuttle.
Yeah.
We'll put that in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
And I guess just a question I had, I'm just looking at the testimony. Are we going to remove, HHS recommended removing the stipends to hospitals and the requirement that hospitals collect data. Is that part of this motion? I can't tell if that was in the sponsors report, but
that is why you are the chair of this committee, because that was in the briefing this afternoon that we heard about that requirement, not having that requirement of the self-reporting.
Okay.
And with Director Richmond's blessing, I would say that is what we should follow.
Right, and yeah, and Director, if you have some thoughts on that, and also the stipends, were those one-time costs for computer upgrades or something?
I do have a couple other thoughts,
Yep.
Senator Lucchini.
Yep.
There was a definite value in the reporting requirement. We learned a lot, and I learned more this morning in the updated numbers. So, of the 15,067 veterans who identified as a veteran at an emergency room, 927 were admitted to some additional care, either to the hospital to a mental health program. And then of that entire number, we helped 340 with this program. One of my big concerns is what happened to the other 14,000 veterans who went back into the community? And that's an area that we're working on with all of our partners to try to communicate a safety plan for veterans, for anyone that's discharged from the ER. What are some things you can do to keep you and your family safe? And this is, while I am personally okay with removing the reporting requirement of, asking the veteran and then keeping track of the data, it's still a very useful point in that veteran's experience. And that provider is in an excellent place to say, here's a safety plan on your discharge. And here's what you agree that you and your family are going to do to keep your lethal means in a safe place. And here's who you can contact because you're a veteran. You can call the VA, you can call the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services. So I don't know how you put that in an amendment, but while I don't think we should require the hospitals, I think we should encourage the hospitals to collaborate with us and the VA to get the word out that veterans have resources and we want to help connect them.
Well, Mr. Chair, Dave brings up some good points, but after the information that we received earlier today that many of the hospitals are not reporting back this information, I think they come to us and they ask for a lot of money over the years. So I think that requiring this for veterans is not that onerous where we shouldn't include it, at least from my perspective.
Yep, sure. And I know if it's good with you, Senator Farron, was your motion, maybe we can have Janet work with the director and Dr. Pollard just on clarifying that report language in a way that gets that result, but kind of
that would be fine, and report back, on language review.
Right. Yeah. If that works. Does that make sense, Janet?
I think I'm understanding to require the hospitals where a veteran comes in, maybe they would have to do the screening to ask about military service. Otherwise, they won't know they're a veteran. And then to make the referrals at least to the VA and the Bureau, and then talk to Director Pollard and Director Richmond about whether additional things should be put in there.
Yes.
I think that works. Yeah. Chairman Chiazzo?
Yeah, I was going to concur with that. I'm a data guy. I'm an engineer. I don't think we should scrap the data. I think we can learn a lot even from what we don't know. To Director Richmond's point, you can learn a lot not about what you don't know, and I think it's a valuable feedback tool. So I would encourage us not to remove that requirement. If anything, I would encourage us to modify it and streamline a little bit more, or focus it a little bit more on capturing data that we need. So,
great.
My 2 cents.
Yep. And Janet, is there an emergency on this bill? I can't remember in terms of on this.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I think timing will be important. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none. Senator Hickman.
Yeah, I did it all morning.
I see your real hand.
I am not an engineer. I'm an artist and a farmer, and data is always important. So thank you.
Agreed, and I think it does help us serve well. So, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had in my notes that we had a Mr. Jeff Austin who testified from the Maine Hospital Association, and he was asking us to stop the data collection. But he also said that he had asked DHHS what they used the data for, and he hadn't gotten an answer. So I just think if we're going to keep it in with the data collection, it would be good if somebody could get back to him and just, have a conversation with him about why we're doing it.
Sure. And it looks like Mr. Austin is in the attendees list with his hand up, so I'll bring him in just to respond to that quickly. Just take a second. And it sounds like Director Richmond kind of outlined some of the ways that the data has been used. But Jeff, can you hear us, Mr. Austin? There he is.
I can, Senator. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. We're happy to cooperate in any way that would advance the program. I guess I'm still a little unclear as to why this aggregated data is necessary. I'm not sure how it's actionable at this point now that the program is up and running. I didn't hear all of your work session today in the presentation this morning. I heard a bunch of it, but I was also in the Labor Committee with Senator Hickman for a bunch of it. I thought I was hearing that the interaction with the hospitals that's most important now is on the referral activity. When someone is there experiencing a crisis, how good are hospitals at letting the patient or the patient's families know that there is a service available? That sort of action and how we can better coordinate with the department and the Bureau is certainly something I think we should work on. I can tell you, when this law was enacted in 2017, I've got a binder full of communications with the department for the 2 months that this program was stood up, and trying to get hospitals to comply and trying to get hospitals to report. I haven't heard anything in 3 years. So for hospitals who aren't reporting, nobody has to work with us. But I can tell you on COVID, I'm getting tons of information from the department and very quick emails when COVID related data is missing from a hospital. We get weekly stuff. I mean, the reams of data we're giving up to the state and the feds right now would boggle the mind. And so if any data is missing, they reach out to us, find out what's going on, help us get it. Nobody has to work with us. But over the past 2-3 years, we didn't hear any of this. So this is the first time hearing that hospitals are still not reporting. I knew at the time this was stood up that it was going to take a little while to reconfigure the IT databases. Maybe DHHS is regularly reaching out to non-reporting hospitals. I didn't hear that they were. So again, we collect and submit to the state tons of data. If this is still good, important, actionable data, let's work together and we will help you get better compliance. If it's not, if really what you want to move to is making sure that the patients and the caregivers are educated to the availability of this program, then that's a different effort that we can all lean into. I'm happy to help, but I want to help in a productive way and ask my members to do something that's actually productive about what you want. So any clarification on that would be appreciated.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Austin. And I think that was kind of what I was trying to ask Janet to circle with the Dr. Pollard and Director Richmond on, is which parts of that data are the ones that is the most effective for the language review, if that's possible.
Okay, Chairman, if we can just be included in that email string so that we can see the language about what our members will have to do, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll have them say which parts. We'll have them report back to the hospitals on, once they determine what it is that is helpful, then they can talk to the hospitals on which part they think. Yeah. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janet, I apologize. I should probably know this, but wasn't there funding in the original pilot program to allow hospitals to accommodate the data gathering?
They received, I believe, $4,500 stipends. And as you heard Dr. Pollard say today, not all of them submitted invoices for that stipend. Mm-hmm. This bill includes a provision for a stipend. But I actually thought you were getting rid of the data reporting and just going to the referral model. So I'm glad that that was all hashed out again, that maybe we're going to talk and figure out if that's really what you're doing. And I don't know if you wanted that stipend to stay or not.
My understanding, if I may, Mr. Chair, follow up. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a one-time fee to set up the system. Is that correct? That's not an ongoing stipend to participate in the program. Is that fair?
It was a one-time $4,500 stipend. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I was involved in setting that up. It was about hiring IT people to reconfigure their intake system, and it is not a ongoing sort of cost to collect the data issue. It was a one-time IT reconfiguration issue. So all the hospitals that have done it wouldn't need it again.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions at this point? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Austin.
I appreciate you letting me in.
Yep, of course. Okay. Seeing no other questions or discussion, we can proceed to a vote. The motion is ought to pass as amended. It was made by Senator Farren, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. So we'll proceed to a roll call, please, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yes.
Senator Hickman, yes. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Topeka. Representative Topeka absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dolliff, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So it's unanimous of those present. So with that, we'll close the work session on LD 693. And we'll move now to LD 658, an act to provide funding for 3 veteran service officers in the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services.
Sorry about that. Had to get to the right page.
No problem. I know you all have to record the votes and everything, so it takes a little bit to switch in between.
Yeah, Karen takes the vote, but I like to back her up just in case we heard differently than each other.
Yep. It's a strange voting procedure over Zoom.
So LD 658 is, as the senator said, an act to provide funding for 3 veteran service officers in the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services. Section 1 of this bill requires DVM to coordinate homeless veteran services delivery, data collection, and data analysis and reporting in collaboration with other state agencies and veterans organizations. Section 1 also requires the department to identify homeless veterans and veterans at risk of becoming homeless, and to serve as case managers to connect veterans with needed resources, including emergency food and clothing. Section 2 of the bill appropriates general funds for 3 veteran service officer positions. So just some additional background information. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services reported that it currently has 9 VSO positions. 8 of them they described as claims VSOs. There are 6 located in the field offices in Caribou, Bangor, in Augusta at Togus, in Lewiston, Portland, and Springvale. They also have 2 traveling claims VSOs, one for Northern Maine and one for Southern Maine. And then the Bureau's website explains that these claims VSOs assist Maine veterans in enrolling in the federal VA system to access VA benefits and healthcare services, in filing claims with the VA, and in accessing state benefits. The 9th VSO, the Bureau reported, serves as the Bureau's homeless veterans coordinator. There's a little bit of law governing these VSOs. So under Title 37B, VSOs must be veterans as defined by federal law who were separated with an honorable discharge. So that would mean a veteran who is a person who served in the active military, naval, or air service. And that was a question raised at the hearing, which is why I stuck that in there. In addition, there's a current provision of Maine statute that does spell out sort of the duties of the claims VSOs, that they serve and advocate for all veterans, and they have to be trained on the issues, benefits, and definitions affecting all veterans, in that there has to be at least one VSO who specializes in female veterans issues. The statute also talks about not prosecuting fraudulent claims. The homeless veterans coordinator is that slightly different VSO position. So although it's not about the claims as the statute I quoted above mentions, there was a law passed in 2015 which specifically provided for the creation of this VSO position. And it said that its duties must include coordination of efforts to address homelessness among veterans in the states. That particular legislation from 2015 also enacted a provision of law that's quoted below and that directs the statewide homeless council to develop and periodically update a strategic plan regarding homelessness among veterans. And that statute further requires the director of the Bureau to provide periodic reports to the council and to this committee regarding implementation of this strategic plan. And so as you look at this language that I've quoted below, which is about the statewide homeless council creating that strategic plan, it does focus on things like strategies to enhance coordination and communication among agencies and organizations that provide services to veterans, and including developing a method of measuring homelessness among veterans and specific processes for improving communication among agencies that provide services, and then also developing a framework for determining the progress of communication and coordination efforts. So that's all existing law. Just in case you were confused because you're new to the committee, or just because maybe I was confused and wanted to make sure I had all the pieces sorted out, there is a completely separate program, which is the Veterans Homelessness Prevention Partnership that was created by the 129th legislature. And that's the program that has the $50 per diem payments to human services-based volunteer organizations that provide transitional housing to homeless veterans. And that is a separate program, and that was the one that was the focus of your budget discussions earlier this session. There was an issue raised at the public hearing, and this is an issue that Sam brought up with one of his bills as well, where the Bureau mentioned that it does not have capacity to provide case management services because those are clinical in nature and they don't have a clinical mission currently. And they noted that in the past, when there were case management services to be provided, those were provided through contracts. And the example they gave was the Resolve you just discussed, which had the case management for veterans. I didn't have any technical issues about the language of the bill as drafted. And as far as the fiscal impact, if you look at the bill, it does include appropriations to fund the 3 new VSO positions, but there's no information we have currently about the cost to the Bureau of implementing Section 1 of the bill, which, just to remind you, is the part of the bill that requires the department to coordinate homeless veteran services to delivery, to identify the homeless veterans, and to serve as case managers. So that separate part of the bill hasn't had a fiscal analysis yet.
All right, I think Senator Lucchini, we may have lost Senator Lucchini there. So questions, Representative Tuttle.
I guess my question is to Dave. David, if we did adopt this, where will we put these folks, and have we got facilities to do it under the present format of this bill?
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. This is something that I would talk over with our claims supervisor. And I remember during testimony that a similar question came up, and I suggested that a VSO could be stationed at Bangor, one in Portland, and then I think we would put the other to work as a claims VSO. And that may be, using our current situation, that might be the most practical way to do it. Our claims VSOs have adapted really well to performing their duties remotely. So their telephone rings to their computer, same with their assistants. They set up their appointments and then they call the veteran back and they do everything remotely. And as a result, what we had for a wait time has been reduced substantially. So there's not currently a big wait time to get an appointment with a VSO, maybe a few days instead of a couple of weeks. So there's that also.
Thank you, David.
Any other questions? Director Richmond, I guess I would ask a question. I appreciate the fact that it's COVID now and it's probably more efficient for the VSOs to do things remotely. Is there any kind of assessment that might happen if a VSO actually travels to visit the veteran? Is it, are they just there to fill out, make the connection, or are they doing like a wellness type of check? Are they looking for other things? Is there real value to them being physically present at going to visit the veteran to interview him? Oh, I think we lost Director Richmond too. Or maybe that was mine.
Oh, sorry, I think I have internet back. I don't know if you can.
You have it. Oh, yeah, we lost Director Richmond there for a second too.
Can you hear me? Sorry,
There you are.
I kicked my laptop power cord. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I thought Senator Lucchini was contagious. That's all. It was spreading.
I'm running on battery power now, but I think I got your question. So while it's true, when you heard me say a lot that we don't have a clinical mission. All of our folks that deal with veterans skirt that line frequently. So VSOs, for instance, they'll, back when we were doing in-person appointments, they, every once in a while we'd have a situation where a veteran would go into crisis in the office, and we would, even though we're not clinicians, we would have to find a way to deal with the situation. Our homeless veteran coordinator skirts that line closer than anyone else, because he responds to veterans who are perhaps living under a tarp behind a department store. And in order to get a piece of paper in their hand, he has to go into situations that are they're difficult. So he's not a trained case manager, but in the performance of his duties, he comes across clinical type of situations, more than perhaps anyone else in the Bureau.
Yeah, so I guess, and I totally appreciate that. I guess I'm wondering if the remote work of the VSOs is the new norm, or if that's just a COVID temporary status. Yes, it's more efficient. I know in the private sector, our company is seeing a lot more efficiency being remote, but there are a lot of things that we're missing as contrary to that. So I'm wondering if, when things, not if, when things return back to normal, if it would make sense to have the ability to have the VSOs, more VSOs out in the field, again, and take into account it's a big state, there's a lot of travel time, things like that. Would that help? Would these new positions help facilitate that a little bit better?
Thank you for clarifying the question, Representative Chiazzo. We are assessing what it's going to look like when we do return to the office substantially. And I think that what we've come to right now is we're going to keep an element of remote work. That'll be part of our new normal. But we will still occupy our offices, because veterans still come and knock on the door, and they need whatever. They need a copy of their DD-214, and we have to be there to hand it to them. So we're going to continue to have an office mission, but we are going to retain the ability to work remotely. And in regards to the proposed position, they would be subject to the same, except that the two that would maybe work in the field, like our current coordinator does, would spend more time in the field than the other VSOs.
Got it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Richmond, I have in my notes from before that I think what I have written down is that the homeless coordinator was on average seeing about 100 people a month. Is that correct?
So
Until this past year, and then it went up to 180.
that's right. And it's not that he necessarily sees all of them. He that's the number of the by name list. So in that presentation Janet gave us a minute ago, one of the duties of the Bureau was to come up with a way to track the homeless veterans that we have in the state. And in concert with the other members of the Homeless Veteran Action Committee, we've developed the means to share a list of by name veterans who are homeless in our state. And our homeless veteran coordinator is just one member of that committee. A lot of these organizations and individuals that we interact with on the Homeless Veteran Action Committee, for instance, our paths cross in all types of different advocacy missions for veterans. And the bill that we just talked about a minute ago is an example of an area where I heard Senator Farron say that homelessness was an issue with the case management pilot. Finding a job for the veteran was an issue with the pilot. We found early on that our homeless veteran coordinator couldn't respond to all 180 veterans by himself. So we rely on organizations like Easter Seals and the case managers that we employ through the case management pilot that we just talked about to help us in parts of the state where we can't be. So we're using relationships like that to multiply what our homeless veteran coordinator can do by themselves.
Was your homeless coordinator able to somewhat, I mean, I know it's difficult, but somewhat keep up when it was 100 as opposed to 180?
We felt like in our part of the team of the Homeless Veteran Action Committee and all the organizations that are helping to provide shelter to those veterans, we felt like we were making serious progress. We went from about 140 when we first started tracking the by name list and got it down to 100 and even below in some cases.
Okay.
And we felt like we collectively felt like we were going to end veteran homelessness in the state inside of a year or two. And then COVID happened.
Right.
So we did feel like we were making progress, and now it feels like that number spiked higher than it was when we started keeping track.
And I think we're going to be feeling the impacts of COVID for a while to come, even after we feel like the pandemic itself might be over. I think the effects of it, especially in the homeless population, will go on for a while. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Richmond, we did talk about this in the Veterans Caucus a little bit, and the questions that came up, I believe, and this is a verification, right? You have 9 VSOs currently. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have 9 VSOs total. One that's including our veterans coordinator, our homeless coordinator. So we have 8 claims VSO. 8 and 1.
Okay. And are all those positions currently filled?
The Springvale position is currently vacant, Senator.
And I know you didn't request 3 positions, and this bill came forward. Do you think a work plan on how we utilize these 3 positions? Because we, as members of the committee, right, we gotta go fighting for the funding and talk with our colleagues about what these positions would do, and this wasn't necessarily your bill. Would you have some suggestions on even some of the language piece of what the responsibilities could be added to or something like that? I guess what I'm asking is, would you like another bite at the apple of this to help us craft it a little bit better to sell it to our colleagues?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Farron. The my initial take on how we might employ 3 more VSOs is I'm still right there. But I think in terms of talking about additional VSOs, especially if one of them was employed as a claims VSO, I think you have to talk about what our recipe for fixing most problems that veterans contact us with is, let's get you enrolled in VA healthcare and let's file a claim for you. Something happened in service that you can file a claim for, and our VSOs are going to find it. By the way, when they do that, you're probably going to be qualified for VA healthcare, and that can help you with suicide prevention. It can help you with your health. It can help you with all kinds of things. So that's often the prescription when we meet a veteran. And the more VSOs that we had to do that with, I think the better we could accomplish the mission. However, we have a plan right now, and we're pretty effective with the VSOs that we have. So, I'm not advocating that we get 3 more VSOs, and I know you know that. But the in your considerations, the VSOs help veterans by bringing VA benefits not just healthcare, but money to these veterans in our state. So, in 19 it represented 32 million, and in 20 it represented over 28 million in VA benefits going to those veterans that are then spent in their communities on things that they need. So they do great work. They're doing a great job with the workload that they have right now. And that's, if I were to get another 3, is probably how we'd employ them.
Because I think a follow-up, Mr. Chair, is that one of the things I think we also know is there is a number of the veteran population that doesn't reach out because of various reasons, that if you had the VSOs and that communication piece, that there's more veterans out there that need help that we can identify.
You're right. We got a call, and we get a call like this a week, but we got a call from a 90, he just turned 97, a 97-year-old World War II veteran. And he was wondering if he could have a little help. He needed some oil for his oil tank. He's living by himself. And we hear from a veteran like that, not necessarily World War II every week, but we hear from a veteran like that once a week who has never filed for anything with the VA and doesn't get their health care through the VA. So like I said, our prescription for that veteran is the same. Even though he's 97, we're going to file a claim for him. We're going to try to get him VA health care and try to get him a little more money so that he can afford to buy oil. And we're a lot more effective when we can reach a veteran when they're 35 instead of when they're 97. So to your point, we have an outreach mission, we have an marketing mission, communication mission. They're all centered around getting the veterans to contact us and then taking that information and turning it into real help for them.
Thank you, Senator Farron. Representative Wood, did you have another question? Okay. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, for that anecdote. Whoa. It sounds like there's still going to be a process that has to take place in order to help that 97-year-old World War II veteran with heating assistance in a very acute way. Is there, where else could he get help? Like, is there any emergency funding for a person in that situation that doesn't necessarily come from some community organization?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator Hickman. Just to complete the story then, what we did for the veteran was not just get him, we called LIHEAP and got him some assistance for his oil tank.
Okay.
one of our veterans, our homeless veteran coordinator showed up with 2 bags of non-perishable food for him, just assuming that it could be useful. And noticed that he needed a new flag, got one, put it on his flagpole because the one on his flagpole was tattered. We are in continuing communication with him. Okay. So we didn't just connect him to the VA to get him signed up for benefits and file a claim for him. We leveraged other community resources for oil, got some donated food to him, and have established a continual contact with him. So to answer your question, yes, there was more we could do for him, and we have. I only regret that we didn't meet him, 35 years ago or more, because he could have been getting this help all along.
Well, that generation doesn't ask for help.
No, and we meet him every day.
That's why it took this long. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Lucchini's back. Hopefully his internet is stable. I will turn it back to him if he will recognize me for a question.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, my screen froze. Fortunately, it was on Senator Farron at the time. So, Chairman Giazzo.
Lucky man.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess Director Richmond, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know we're in budget concerns. We're not out of the woods yet. We're trying to be conscious. You just had a curtailment order come through. we want to be respectful of the needs, but not overreach by any stretch of the imagination. So I guess to follow up with Senator Farron's question, is it fair to say that we understood how you would use the 3 VSOs? If it were 2 positions, let's say, would you go to Portland and Bangor? And if it were 1, then it would just go to Portland? Is that kind of the order of precedence, or would you shuffle the deck depending on how many VSOs were if any, were granted?
If any. Thank you for that question. I would definitely get the thoughts of my staff on this, but I think I would follow a scenario that you just described. If it was just 2, where do we need the most help? And right now there's only 1 homeless veteran coordinator going out and doing these in-person consults. So I think that, as you suggested, that's where we would go first if there was just 2. And if there was none, we'd keep doing what we're doing, and we'd have the 85% solution, I'd say.
And Director, would it be helpful if we were to create a position, if we didn't necessarily say, exactly what its role, the person's role is, that it could help the homeless coordinator, it could be a mobile VSO, or it could, something that gives you a little more flexibility?
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, Senator Farron?
Whoops.
Sorry about that. I like that idea, Senator Lucchini, and I talked through this in my head a little bit, which I have those conversations a lot. A motion that we amend 2 VSOs, take that description off so that the director has discretion on their role to pass amended.
Okay, so I believe, so the motion was ought to pass as amended. I was losing a little bit of service during that. So ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Kinney. And the motion was by Senator Farron. Any further discussion? Senator Hickman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I on mute? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. I guess you weren't on mute.
Good. So I'm a little stuck on the anecdote, and if you just will indulge me for 1 second, Director, without breaking confidentiality or privacy or anything like that, and not quizzing you on the members of this committee, can you can you share what town that veteran lives in case someone on this committee might be his representative or senator? I just would like to know at least that part, and then maybe if that triggers something, we can talk offline. I don't know what else to say about that other than my heart is beating fast.
Thank you for asking, Senator. I think that I can tell you that he lives on the mid-coast.
Okay.
Not right on the coast, somewhere between Augusta and the mid-coast.
So he's not my constituent?
No,
so
he's not.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Unmute. Any other discussion or questions on this?
I have clarification of the amendment. I believe it's 2 VSO positions. I believe from what Senator Farron said about not specifying, the appropriation section doesn't specify the duties. So I think that means to get rid of section 1 of the bill, which talks about coordinating, but I'm not sure because that wasn't really about VSOs. So I just want to check.
Yeah, I think that was the intent, was to take that section out and just from a VSO standpoint, whether they're doing claims or whatever the director piece is, and as well as where they sit, whether it be a mobile or, so yeah, just go back, take that first section. Dave, I'm looking to you for a nod. Just take that first section out with the general description of the VSOs and requirements.
Yeah, all it says right now in the appropriation section is provide funding for 3 VSOs, positions and related costs. So that would change to 2, and that would be the bill.
I think that's good. Yeah. Great. Any further questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, we do have a motion, so we'll proceed to a roll call vote. And again, the motion is ought to pass as amended. That was by Senator Farron, seconded by Representative Kinney. So Karen, if you please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yes.
Senator Hickman, yes. Senator Farron.
Yes.
Senator Farron, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 13, unanimous, Senator.
Thank you, Karen. So it's unanimous, ought to pass as amended. So thank you, Director Richmond, and thank you, General Young, for being here today. I think that's it for the veterans bills on the docket today. So thanks a lot.
Thank you all very much.
Yep, thanks. Okay, so next up we have 3 bills related to raffles, 2 online and 1 by mail. And so Janet, did you analyze these 3 on 1, it looks like, or? Okay, so we can open up the work session on all 3 of these bills. So it's LD 671, an act to allow the sale of raffle tickets online. LD 685, an act to legalize online raffles for nonprofit organizations. And LD 1037, an act to enable nonprofit organizations to order raffle tickets by mail.
So LD 671 is an emergency bill that amends the definition of raffle to specify that a person may pay for a chance, which is how the definition describes you're getting a ticket in person or by means of the internet. LD 685 is also an emergency bill, And it specifies in the statute governing raffles that an eligible organization may sell raffle tickets, raffle chances or tickets online or by other electronic means. And LD 1037, which is not an emergency bill, specifies in the statute governing raffles that an eligible organization may offer raffle tickets for purchase by mail as long as the organization ensures that the person purchasing the raffle ticket is at least 21 years of age. Some background on raffles. So a raffle is defined as a game of chance in which a person pays something of value for a chance to win a prize. Each chance is represented by a different number, and the winning chance is determined by drawing from a container holding the numbers of all chances sold. So payment is right there in the definition of raffle. As far as the different types of raffles that are authorized under Maine law, these are under 1837A. If you wanted to see that statute, you could click right there on the blue numbering. But there was a bill last time in the 129th that sort of reallocated all of these categories. So if you're familiar with the older version, it's slightly different now. So this is the current law. So anyone who wants to offer a raffle for the total value of the prize being less than $2,500, they don't have to register with the Gambling Control Unit or anyone else, and any person or organization can offer that raffle. So I think the director gave an example at one of the public hearings this morning. A little kid breaks their leg on the t-ball team. They can all get together. They don't have to register with anyone. They can just offer that raffle as long as their prize total value doesn't exceed $2,500. In addition, if you're an eligible organization, then you can offer up to $10,000 worth of a prize in a raffle without registering with the Gambling Control Unit. So who are these eligible organizations? They're organizations that have existed in Maine for at least 2 years, and they could be an agricultural society, a bona fide nonprofit, and there's different types: educational, political, civic, recreational, etc. nonprofits. They could be a volunteer fire department or an auxiliary of any of those types of entities. So if you meet that definition, then you can offer a raffle, like I said, of up to $10,000 in prize value without registering with the Gambling Control Unit. There are 2 types of raffles that are allowed in Maine law where you do have to register. So if the prize is between $2,500 and $10,000 and you're not an eligible organization, then you can offer that raffle. You have to register. The prize cannot be cash or exchanged for cash. So for example, it might be, I'm going to show my ignorance here because I don't know how much a snowmobile is worth, but maybe perhaps you would be raffling off a snowmobile and it's not worth $10,000. I hope that's not a ridiculous example. But if that were true, then you could have this raffle. You wouldn't have to be an eligible organization, but you would have to register with the Gambling Control Unit, and the raffle proceeds would have to be dedicated to benefit a verifiable charitable purchase. Not purchase, a verifiable charitable purpose. Just pretend it says purpose there. And then if you are an eligible organization, however, remember, you don't have to register if your prize is worth up to $10,000, but you do have to register if your prize is greater than that. So if you're an eligible organization, and again, your raffle proceeds are dedicated to benefit a verifiable charitable purpose, you can offer one of 2 types of high prize raffles. One, you could have a cash raffle where the total value of the prizes does not exceed $20,000 and no more than one $10,000 cash prize is given to the holder of a winning chance. So you might have a $10,000 cash prize and a couple of $5,000 second place prizes, for example. So you can have that kind of high stakes raffle if you're an eligible organization and you register, or you can have a non-cash raffle, and there the total prize cannot exceed $75,000, and that prize cannot be exchanged for cash. So maybe that's a couple of SUVs, not SUVs, a couple of snowmobiles. I don't really know. But I gave you a little yellow highlighting for the asterisks there because each of those high value raffles, you can only, if you're an eligible organization, offer one at a time. So you can have one high value cash prize raffle going on at the same time as you have a non-cash raffle going on, but you can't have multiple cash raffles and multiple non-cash raffles at the same time. You have to have one of each as your maximum amount. There is an age restriction for all raffles in current law. So regardless of whether the raffle has to be registered, only persons over age 18 may sell or purchase raffle tickets unless, as the director alluded to this morning, unless the raffle is designed to benefit activities of and is conducted at an event generally attended by minors. In that case, minors can purchase the tickets and sell the tickets. But generally speaking, you have to be 18 to sell or purchase tickets for a raffle. If you have to register as a raffle, there are some additional requirements that are attendant to the registration, including a registration fee. You have to, both types of registered raffles have to have a verifiable charitable purpose, and you have to provide the information on that purpose right in your registration. And then there are restrictions on the use of the raffle proceeds, so you can only use them for that purpose or to defray the expenses in conducting the raffle or the expenses of the eligible organization and engaging in the activities for which the organization is formed. Generally speaking, as you see here, you can't use it to pay people to sell tickets though. Who can conduct the raffle? The raffle has to be conducted by members of the registrant or bartenders. And then here's the part, sorry, I knew it was in here. Persons who conduct the raffle generally can't be paid for conducting that raffle unless they are an agricultural society. And then they do have an ability to pay for conducting the raffle, and there's a maximum wage that they can pay. There are record keeping requirements if it's a registered raffle. They have to keep records for 3 years, and the raffle records have to be separate and distinguishable from the other records of the organization. They have to exactly account for all of the proceeds of the raffle and where all of those proceeds went. There's also a requirement in the law for distributor licenses. So under the statute, you have to have a license as a distributor to sell, lease, market, or otherwise distribute gambling apparatus or implements. There is an exception, however. So a distributor license is not required for the sale, marketing, or distribution of raffle tickets when the holder of a winning chance receives something of value worth less than $10,000. So all of the less than $10,000 raffles, you don't need a distributor license to give out the tickets to those organizations that are going to conduct the raffles. If the prize is going to be worth greater than $10,000, however, the registrant conducting the raffle has to purchase or lease all of their gambling apparatus and implements from the licensed distributor unless they make those things themselves. So if you're an eligible organization, you're conducting a raffle worth more than $10,000 and you print your own tickets, you're fine. If you want to buy tickets, however, you have to buy them from a licensed distributor. And all of the gambling machine sales or lease agreements have to be sent to the gambling control unit. You may wonder, why am I bringing up this distributor? But there is a reason, I promise. As far as federal laws governing raffle sales, as the director mentioned this morning, there is a federal law and it prohibits sending raffle tickets or raffle ticket payments through the mail. I've quoted the statute there. It talks about lottery tickets being sent through the mail and it prohibits that, and money being sent through the mail to purchase lottery tickets. If you look through all the statutes, the way lotteries work, that would include a raffle. In fact, the U.S. Postal Service has issued a customer support ruling, which is attached to this bill analysis, and it explains in that ruling that these statutory prohibitions apply to raffles conducted by nonprofit organizations if 3 conditions are met. If consideration, that's money usually, is paid for a chance to win a prize. If, however, there's no minimum donation required to enter the raffle, then there's no prohibition on mailing their ticket or payments through the mail. But if consideration is paid for the chance to win a prize, if all those 3 elements are met, then the following items can't be mailed. Any mailing that permits or facilitates participation in the raffle. For example, you can't mail out entry materials. You can't mail out the raffle ticket or any part thereof, or any form of payment. And that's federal law that has existed for a long time. I didn't look at the day it was enacted, but we can look that up if you want. As far as internet sales, there is a federal law called the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act of 2006. That federal law prohibits the acceptance of payments for unlawful internet gambling. Violations of that federal law are punishable by a criminal fine up to 5 years of imprisonment and a permanent injunction against placing bets or receiving bets or wagers. So the key here is something unlawful internet gambling? Is somebody going to run afoul of this federal law? So importantly, the definition of unlawful internet gambling for purposes of that law includes the transmission of a bet or wager by any means that involves the use, at least in part, of the internet, where such bet or wager is unlawful under the applicable federal or state law in which the wager is initiated, received, or otherwise made. So I underlined initiated and received because those are the two states you have to focus on. You have to determine whether the raffle is legal, where the bet is placed, so where the person is who's purchasing the raffle ticket over the internet, and where the main entity is. So in Maine, where they're receiving that purchase. It says here, or otherwise made, and it's important to know that the intermediate routing of electronic data over the internet through other states' servers and everything else, that doesn't matter for the purposes of this federal law. It really is just the place where you place the wager and where the wager is accepted. So as I summarized, under this federal law, a Maine entity may sell raffle tickets over the internet only if the raffle is authorized by Maine law and the entity either sells tickets only to individuals physically located in Maine, or if the entity ensures that the raffle is legal under the laws of the state where each person purchasing a ticket is located. If a ticket purchaser is located in Florida, for example, the raffle may be offered only by a federally tax-exempt charity, which may not require an entry fee, donation, substantial consideration, payment, proof of purchase, etc., and so forth, as a condition of entering the drawing or being selected to win. So that federal statute specifically says charities can offer raffles as long as they only suggest a donation and do not require one for the purchase for obtaining a ticket. That's just one example. There is an interstate transaction safe harbor. So the federal law does say that unlawful internet gambling is never going to include situations where the bet is received and initiated within a single state, and that state's laws require age verification and location verification designed to block access to minors and individuals outside of the state. So if all of those conditions are met, there's not going to be any question that there's no violation of the federal law. In the past, there have been concerns about a statute called the Federal Wire Act, and there have been many differing back and forth opinions from the Department of Justice about whether this Federal Wire Act, which prohibits gambling over the internet, whether that applies to all different kinds of gambling that are interstate in nature, or only whether it applies only to sports betting. And rather than getting into all of that, I will say that in this year, so earlier this year, the First Circuit Court of Appeals did decide that the Federal Wire Act only applies to sports betting. So if you were worried in the back of your mind from past work on these issues that maybe the Wire Act was going to be a problem, I think under that precedent, which is the First Circuit covers Maine, you don't have to worry about the Wire Act at the moment as far as raffles are concerned, even if they're sold over the internet. You just have the other federal law, the I'm not going to remember the name, the UIGEA, which says you have to either sell it only in your state over the internet, or you have to make sure that the raffle complies with the laws of both the state where you're selling it and where the person is purchasing the ticket. So as far as at the public hearing, Senate President Jackson, in his bill, LD 671, proposed amending it to authorize only nonprofit charitable organizations to sell raffle tickets over the internet. If you remember, his bill, the way it's drafted, changes the definition of raffle to include payments over the internet. So that doesn't specify which types of organizations would be allowed to conduct internet raffles. And so he proposed only allowing the eligible organizations that we talked about earlier to be the ones that could sell raffle tickets over the internet. He also proposed working with the Gambling Control Unit to figure out what rules they think should govern internet raffle ticket sales. And indeed, the Gambling Control Unit did submit testimony with some concerns. And the concerns they had or whether more details should be in any of these bills that involve internet sales of raffle tickets, about what types of internet platforms should be allowed for these sales, what methods of payments should be allowed, which types of organizations could engage in these raffle sales. Like President Jackson, the Gambling Control Unit asked whether it should only be the eligible organizations, which are your charities, or whether you should restrict it to just main entities. They also asked, Director Champion also asked if licensing or registration should be required, because there are some raffles, as we talked about, that can be conducted without any registration. Would those be allowed to have internet sales, or just the ones where registration occurs, or would you add a new license? And then also there were other questions he raised about protecting the account information of somebody buying a ticket, whether geolocation should be used if you're going to require that only persons in Maine can purchase the tickets, whether there should be age verification and parental controls, because remember, ordinarily only 18-year-olds can buy raffle tickets in Maine, whether there should be any restrictions on how these raffles are advertising, for example, not targeting minors, whether there should be any kind of oversight of the types of disclosures that these internet raffles have to include on them, and what records should be required and for what time period. So some of these answers, like for example, the record keeping requirements, those exist in current law, but only if you're a registered raffle. So that's all tied in with the question of, are only registered raffles going to be allowed to have internet sales? The Gambling Control Unit also posed the question of how to ensure that all tickets purchased over the internet are placed into the drawing container. This is how I interpreted the testimony, because I thought maybe you could make internet sales at the same time you had in-person sales with tickets, but I don't know, after speaking to Director Champion in a related conversation, that that's really what would happen if you have internet sales. I think it would either be internet only or paper ticket only. I don't think you'd mix the two. I didn't put in any concerns raised from the bills heard this morning, because I had to get this bill analysis ready to send out to you bright and early before the hearings happened. But the only additional concern I heard this morning was that the mail raffles are illegal under federal law. I would note, however, that if you do have an internet raffle, you can't have a raffle where the person is allowed to pay for the ticket over the internet and then you mail them a ticket, because mailing the ticket is illegal under federal law too. So you would just have to have maybe some kind of receipt they could print out at home or something like that. You wouldn't be able to just accept the payments over the internet and then conduct it by mailing them the ticket later, because that would still be prohibited by federal law. There were requests to the Gambling Control Unit to make some recommendations about how to proceed if the committee wants to move forward with this bill. There was also a request for information on other states that allow raffle tickets to be sold over the internet. I wasn't able to find any other states. It's my understanding that's the same answer the Gambling Control Unit will give you, but I know that Director Champion's here if you want to ask him. And then the final thing I noted was, if you remember, I talked about distributor licenses, and those are required for anyone who sells, leases, or markets or distributes a gambling apparatus or implements. There's no definition of that gambling apparatus or implements. So I just posed a question to you. If you're an internet website operator that organization is going to hire to sell the tickets through, would that internet website operator, or maybe a mobile app operator, would they be required to be licensed? And that's just something you can answer, and we can draft the statute accordingly. So it's more of sort of a policy question for you. And there's no fiscal impact yet determined. Indeed, there couldn't be, because you all asked the director to come up with some more details, which would of course change how this might have a fiscal impact in the future.
Thank you, Janet. Like many issues, this one becomes more complicated the more that we looked into it. And we do have a potential amendment, but I did want to just bring in Director Champion, if he can hear me, on the aspect of what other states do, because I know Director Champion also talked to some of the agency professionals who provide the online services, and they weren't able to find any other states that actually offer online raffles. Is that accurate, Director?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's true. I found if you Google online raffles, you'll find a nice little long list from this certain organization that'll explain that online raffles are permitted in 40 other states. Well, that's incorrect. If you go into it, basically, and the first thing that should jump off the screen is at the top. They say this is not legal advice. Please seek local legal advice. And the reason being is they probably did their search by just putting in online raffles. And so while every state has charitable online or charitable raffles, they're not actually online. So when I actually went into each individual state, at the very least, they would not allow purchasing raffles online. In some cases, they made the determination by using a system with a random number generator. So and that was further verified with the independent laboratory that certifies these type of devices for use, for use with raffles.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Director. Because I noticed some of those sites said that Maine had legal online raffles, which was interesting. And
yeah, when
you consulted with the gaming companies that create the devices, they also said the same. They're not aware of any state. No. Because of a lot of the difficulties that Janet pointed out in her analysis. And it seems fairly straightforward on the mail aspect that's not.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the two things that we really need to look at, and, I heard a lot from the Shriners today, and we really dug our heels into that and looking at the current law, it didn't specifically say that they couldn't sell raffle tickets online, or there wasn't a specific method for receiving or for the ticket itself. However, once they sold it, even though they sold it perhaps on the internet, they had to generate what they had to do after that by the current law is to generate a ticket, put that ticket in a drum, and then they had to select from that drum the winners. So it was kind of like half online, half manual. If you
yeah. So I met with Director Champion and as well as Janet yesterday to try to come up with a system that could make this work under federal laws. So perhaps we can walk through that amendment, Janet, if you've got it, and Director, you can give us some support as well as we go through it on why it seems like we can make this work for those organizations who really need it, but it's going to be, it's not an easy task. So.
Certainly. So Senator Lucchini's proposed amendment in consultation with Director Champion would say that only a Maine eligible organization, which, as you remember, is defined in current law as an agricultural society, nonprofit charity, volunteer fire department, or auxiliary, only those Maine eligible organizations can conduct raffles using the internet. The prize limits that exist in current law for raffles offered by eligible organizations would continue to apply to internet raffles. So there'd only be one high cash raffle allowed at a single time and one high non-cash raffle allowed at the same time. And then there could be as many raffles under $10,000 as they wanted at the same time.
Right, and this kind of helps navigate those federal laws that Janet pointed out about out of states, depending on the other states' laws, as well as out of states residents' laws.
Regardless of the value of the prizes offered, however, eligible organizations would have to register with the Gambling Control Unit before offering an internet raffle, and they would have to disclose the name of a licensed electronic raffle operator on the registration form. So what is this licensed electronic raffle operator? That must be an entity that obtains a license from the Gambling Control Unit to provide internet raffle services to eligible organizations. To obtain that license, the electronic raffle operator must consent to background checks of the entity's owner and key employees, obtain certification of its electronic raffle system, that would be its computer software, from an approved by the Gambling Control Unit independent testing laboratory. And that system must employ age verification systems to prevent individuals under age 18 from purchasing tickets, and also facilitate the use of parental controls so that parents could help prevent ticket purchase by minors. The system must employ geolocation to prevent persons located outside of Maine from purchasing tickets. It must select the winning chance or ticket using a random number generator. And the system must maintain a list of all tickets purchased and by whom, and a list of all winners that is provided to the eligible organization at the conclusion of the raffle. The license fee for such an electronic raffle operator license would be $500 a year, plus the cost of any required background checks. There would be some additional restrictions. Internet raffle tickets would not be able to be purchased with a credit card. Instead, the person purchasing the ticket must either establish an account with the licensed electronic raffle operator or use an electronic payment application. I am not familiar with those applications, however, so please ask somebody else about them. I don't have Venmo or any of those things. I don't even know if I spelled right. Other additional restrictions, it would have to be either an internet or a paper-based raffle. It couldn't be a mixture of both. There would be a maximum fee to be paid to this licensed operator, so no more than 10% of the raffle proceeds would be paid to that licensed operator. And there would be some restrictions so that neither the eligible organization that's actually offering the raffle, the charity itself, nor the licensee would be able to target minors when advertising these internet raffles. And I believe, speaking to Director Champion, it's clear up here that the eligible organization would have to be from Maine. And then it's clear that the only people in Maine could purchase the tickets. And he wanted me to make sure I told you that it should be clear that this licensee that is operating this electronic, I don't know, website or app to take the payments, they would have to either be a Maine entity or have a registered agent in Maine, so that there's a Maine dot connecting every one of these pieces.
Great. Thank you, Janet. So it took me a while to kind of wrap my head around it, but essentially we'd leave it open to all those eligible entities or eligible organizations that are currently able to do it. The one tricky part that we kept encountering is who would control the money, where it would be sent through, and how to put in the protections that don't violate federal law, making sure that it's a Maine person as well as over 18, because you need to have that age verification. So this electronic raffle operator would be that basically any software company could tell the state of Maine, the Gambling Control Unit, that they want to be licensed in Maine to basically run these raffles for nonprofit organizations. So they basically would do all of the verification of age as well as the geolocation to make sure that it's only Mainers that are buying this stuff. And then while you have to pick online or ticket. So if you do online, it has to be all online. That doesn't mean you can't, that you're not able to take cash. You can take cash, but you just can't be printing tickets out. So you can take cash, and then you enter it into the system electronically so that it's all electronic and able to be backed up that way. So that's kind of the breakdown of what the Gambling Control Unit director thought is a way we can make this work that would comply with federal law. I don't know, Director, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Chair. It was great that you added that last little part in there, that even though we do have online, anything over the internet, they have to register. We'll have to know about it, but they don't necessarily have to. I mean, there's going to be organizations out there that don't want to do it online, and they'll still have the ability to do it the old ticket and drum way.
Sure. Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. License fee, $500 for a nonprofit. Where do we come about that figure? Because I mean, some of these nonprofits, that might be a little bit high.
Yeah, that fee is not for the nonprofit themselves. That fee is for that electronic company that's going to run the system for. So basically, if like Facebook had some software that they wanted to use in order, and I don't know if they do or not, but in order to be licensed in the state of Maine to run online raffles, they'd have to pay that $500 cost a year, not the charity. So that would be on who, because that online platform could host dozens and dozens of charities online raffles, if that makes sense.
Well, how about the cost of a background check? What are we talking about?
That's also a background check for that licensee.
Yeah.
And I did actually have a question that I should have asked yesterday before putting this together, was whether it's fingerprint based or not. That just changes dramatically how you draft it.
Here. Yeah, director. Yeah.
Yeah, it would really depend on the organization and even on in the other areas that we regulate as well. There's going to be some companies that are going to be very small, very quick to review. And then there's going to be other companies that are subsidiaries of different other facets of gambling. There could be a lot of transactions, a lot of acquisitions, a lot of change in the principals, shareholders, and that sort of thing. So it could be really, really minor, or it could be extremely complex, and they'll know that going into this. Yeah, and specifically, this would be the fee for that licensed operator to do business in Maine. The other thing that I liked that we added yesterday was the ability to control what they can receive for their services. So they can't go under contract if it was necessary to have a contract, but they can't receive more than 10% of the total proceeds from that particular raffle.
Right. Yeah, that was kind of a concern that they would try to gouge, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, some of the entities. But again, that's not the fingerprinting doesn't have to be done by the charities. That's a factor that goes to the internet provider service.
So quick to make a quick summary. Let's say we have 10 operators. We'll list them on our website, and any eligible organization can go on the website and choose, Bob's raffle operating system, and they can reach out to Bob because Bob's licensed and ask Bob if he would run the raffle for them. And they would go into a contract but it could only be for as much as 10%. They could be less, but no more than 10%. And then the operator ultimately is held responsible for the transactions, the collection of money, the reporting after the raffle is done. All that is, the onus is on the operator. And the reason we license them is because that is the only time when it gives me the ability to discipline somebody who does anything wrong or anything like that. So that's the reason why we get those folks licensed.
Right, and they're the ones who do like the real banking type of stuff. So
yes.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Champion. I guess maybe this is a question for you, Director. So I heard in Janet's analysis that this isn't done anywhere else in the country, in spite of what's claimed on the internet. How many electronic raffle operators are out there? Do they exist? Or are we creating a new category, new class of business?
Yeah, no, I would say they absolutely exist, and they are absolutely operating in Maine right now.
But unregulated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't know who they are, you don't know what they're getting, you don't know what their deal is, all that sort of thing. So it's kind of scary, really, because at the end of the day, if you have a citizen that makes a complaint to me, there's nothing I can do about it. I don't have jurisdiction.
Okay, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, this is a lot to take in. I'm not sure I'm ready to vote on this today. I would like to have a little more time to be able to go over this a little bit. I appreciate that we're looking at basically a whole new bill that completely changes both of these bills that we're looking at. So I guess my thought is I won't make a motion because I know I can't debate it ahead of time. So, but it's something I think that I would like to be able to do it. So at some point today is to table these, obviously not just yet, and that's not a motion.
Sure, yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a complicated proposal, but I thank the director for trying to find a way to make it work. And we have no other state to follow, so it's tough. Representative McCray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Director Champion, I'm very distracted today. I apologize. You probably said this, but would this amended bill give you that authority to regulate? Does it solve that problem that you just talked about? They're out there. We don't know who they are.
Yes, absolutely. We will be able to naturally issue licenses to those that come forward and want to do it legally. And then at the same time, I would have inspectors and personnel that could actually, for lack of a better term, surf the internet to look for raffles in Maine and see who's trying to sell raffles in Maine, and we'd be able to shut them down. I can give you just a quick story. We had somebody in Maine selling bingo chances through a social media, and someone in Louisiana bought into it, and she I guess made too much of a bet or hit the mouse too many times. She reached out to me and wanted me to get her money back. And of course, again, I'm not regulated to do that, but I was able to through the information, was able to turn it over to the local PD, and they went by and we got the situation rectified. So yeah, it's happening right now. We just need to get control of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. And yeah, that's kind of the intent, and it is a big change, but just to find something so that those organizations who want to do it the right way will have an option, especially during COVID, to be able to sell tickets online. And it can be a lifeline for some people. So Janet, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to apologize to Representative Kinney. I didn't send this amendment out in advance because I forgot to ask Senator Lucchini if I had permission, and so I wasn't able to, but I will definitely, as soon as this is over, email it to everyone and post it online.
Yeah, that's my fault. I was out all morning. But yeah, we're like in no rush on this. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, I would move this item would be tabled to a later time, later date.
So Representative Tuttle, so we've got 3 open now. Are you referring to the 2 online ones?
I am. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yep. Thank you. So that would be LD 671 and LD 685 to table.
Correct.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to table LD 671 and 685 by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative Kinney. Great. Okay. So the motion is to table, and we will proceed to a roll call. If you're ready, Karen, can you, okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Just to clarify, we're voting on both bills to table, right?
Yeah, 671 and 685.
Okay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yay.
Representative Chiazzo, yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dollar.
Yes.
Representative Dollar, yes. 12 in favor of the motion and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so 12-0. I guess so, and we still have open, I guess, LD 1037. So Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass for LD
Second.
1037. Sorry,
I'll
I'm a little
second.
slow on that one.
Third.
Motion by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Kinney.
Thirded by Representative Tuttle. Mr.
Thirded
Chair.
by Representative Tuttle. Thank you. For ought not to pass on LD 1037. Is there any other debate or discussion on that? Seeing none, we will proceed to a vote. And again, the motions ought not to pass, and we'll do it by roll call.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yay.
Representative Supika, yay. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Great, so that's wraps up those raffle ones and actually all the scheduled work sessions on the day. I know we've canceled next week on Wednesday. The POs sent out a letter saying to cancel on the 31st, I think it is, in case we're in session. So just so people know. There is another, we did have 2 repeat bills this morning about liquor licensing fees to restaurants, and we've already sent one to the table. So that's something, if people wanted to, we could dispose of those bills now if we wanted to, where we've already sent one to the table. If we needed to just move vehicles, we could do that. But I did, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I suggest we get rid of them. We've got a pretty heavy bill load, so I would agree to move them out.
Okay, so motion to move to work session.
Yes.
Okay, so motion to move to work session by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Any discussion on that? Seeing none.
Just for clarity, this is LD 732 and 823, correct?
Yep, LD 732 and LD 823. So if people are good, we can do this one by hand vote to move into work session. So the motion is to move directly to work session. So all those in favor of moving to work session, if you can raise your hands and hold them up for a second so Karen can count them all. So, and Janet. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I can, okay. Good. All right, thank you. So it's unanimous of everybody present. Try to save a little time there. So related to LD 732 and LD 823, they're both restaurant licensing fees of varying percentages. So I guess the thought was that since we've already unanimously reported out a bill to the appropriations table, that we could kill these bills now, and if need be, we can take the other one off the table at any level that appropriations finds appropriate. So, or that has the money for, if people are good with that. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would move ought not to pass, if that's in order, for either one of them.
For both?
For both of them, thank you. Right,
So
Mary Ann?
Yes, I would second that. 732 and 823.
Great, thank you. So a motion ought not to pass on 732 and 823 by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative Kinney. Great, we're trying to get some bills off the docket, bump our numbers a little bit. 823, okay. Any question or discussion on that?
You're so sneaky, Mr. Chair.
Well, it does save us a little bit of time. I'm all about efficiency, you know?
Yep, I do.
Well, Craig, he's a runner, that's why. Yeah, runners can be very sneaky.
I'm a runner too.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion is ought not to pass. Seeing no further discussion, it's ought not to pass on both bills. We'll proceed to a roll call.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
I'm sorry, nay?
Yay.
Oh, I'm sorry, yay. Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Topeka.
Yes.
Representative Topeka, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes on both.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dollop.
Yes.
Representative Dollop, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present. And that pretty much wraps it up for today, I think, right, Janet? Sorry, you're writing. So I guess we'll meet again on Friday. We do have just a ton of bills. We've been trying to hear as many as we can as soon as we get them. So Friday at 10, we're going to meet, and we have 4 confirmation hearings to start, and then we'll probably take a little break for caucusing and chairs and leads, and then we'll have a work session on a number of bills, which are on the weekly that Karen sent out. I think like 7 or so bills. So that's what the schedule looks like for now. Any questions or? All right. Well, thanks everybody. We'll see you all on Friday.